Chapter 267. Chapter 267. The golden cicada leaves its shell. Lu Yintian wanted to just let it go, but he could not. No matter who it was, he would take revenge 10 times, no 100 times more. Would he still be considered a man if he didn't take revenge? The people he wanted to harm would end up 10 times, no, 100 times more miserable than Lu Yintian. Lu Yintian muttered to himself for a moment before saying, Ming-er, I can tell you, but you must not be rash. This person is not someone you can defeat. Promise me and I'll tell you. Father, I promise you that I won't die before I'm strong enough. Lu Ming said. All right, then I'll tell you. This person is E. At this moment. Buzz. Buzz. The sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. 4 figures rushed in from the mountain stream. These 4 were all white-haired old men, and the aura on their bodies was extremely strong. They were all experts above the martial ancestor realm. Lu Ming's eyes flickered and a 10,000-mile sound transmission talisman appeared in his hand. A short, chubby old man in gray linen clothes smiled as a voice transmission talisman appeared in his hand. Young Master Tianyan, I've heard so much about you. I didn't think that you would be able to save your father from Qiu Changkong's eyes. You're truly admirable. The short and fat old man cupped his fists. Senior is too polite. I was just lucky. This time, I'll have to trouble Senior to send us back to the imperial capital. Lu Ming cupped his fists and said, You're welcome. It's just a small matter. Let's not waste any time. Let's move as soon as possible. If the people from the 10 Direction Sword School find us here, we'll be in trouble. The short stubby elder said. Lu Ming nodded. At this moment, whoosh, whoosh, the sound of something flying through the air could be heard in the distant sky. A few figures streaked across the sky and instantly disappeared into the distance. Lu Ming could clearly see that those figures were the martial grandmasters from the omnidirectional sword sect. The 10 Direction sword sect is so fast. The stumpy old man's expression changed greatly. Lu Ming's face darkened. This mountain stream was very well hidden, and it was surrounded by bushes and weeds, so the people from the 10 Directions sword sect did not notice it just now. However, as time passed, they would definitely notice it. What do we do? If we go out like this, we'll definitely be discovered. If Qiu Changkong arrives, we won't be his match even if we join forces. The other old man said with a serious expression. Seniors, I'll have to trouble you to take Ming-er and the others away. I'm the one Qiu Changkong and the others want. I'll go and draw them away. Lu Yintian said. No, father. It wasn't easy to save you. How can I let you fall into the hands of Qiu Changkong and the others? Lu Ming said firmly. Even if he had to die, he would not let Lu Yintian fall into the hands of the 10 Directions sword sect and suffer. With a wave of his hand, essential qi surged, and Lu Yintian's tattered clothes landed in Lu Ming's hands. Ming, you can't. Lu Yintian's expression changed. The other people's expressions also changed. Seniors, I'll go out and draw them away. You guys take my father back to the imperial capital and hand him over to His Highness, the 8th Prince. Lu Ming said to the few elders. Ming-er, you can't do this. I don't agree. Lu Yintian let out a deep roar. Lu Ming smiled. Father, don't worry. Ming-er will be fine. We'll meet again in the imperial capital. Wait, I'll go with you. Xian Yinqing suddenly said. You're coming. Lu Ming looked at Xian Yinqing. Don't think too much. I'm just afraid that if you die, I won't be able to keep my promise. Also, how are you going to lure the people from the 10 Direction Sword School away by yourself? Don't forget that your father's cultivation has been crippled. If you run too fast, you won't be exposed immediately. I'll take you away. Xian Yinqing pouted. All right, let's do that. I owe you a favor. Lu Ming said. TSK, who wants your favor? Xian Yinqing pouted in disdain. Father, take care. Having said that, Lu Ming was about to rush out. Ming, you can't. Come back. Lu Yintian growled. However, he had lost his cultivation and could not catch up with Lu Ming. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming and Xian Yinqing were out of the mountain stream. After leaving the mountain stream, Lu Ming put on Lu Yuntian's clothes. I'll take you away. Xian Yanqing pulled Lu Ming and ran towards the depths of the desolate wilderness. If he wanted to lure the people from the 10-direction sword school away, he would naturally have to do so in the depths of the desolate wilderness, so that Lu Yuntian and the others could escape successfully. After a few miles, over here I see them. A loud roar rang out in the desolate wilderness. Buzz, buzz. A few figures were chasing after Lu Ming, and the rest at high speed. They were a few 9th-grade great martial masters. Let's run together. Lu Ming pretended to be pulled by Xian Yanqing. In fact, he had used his movement technique. The two of them were like a gust of wind, heading towards the depths of the forsaken desolation. The 9th-grade great martial master realm martial artists behind him couldn't catch up at all. The difference was too great. In the blink of an eye, dozens of miles had passed. Who dares to rob the people of my 10-direction sword school? You're courting death. At this moment, the sky exploded and the sound of the air being torn could be heard. A martial arts grandmaster was flying in the air and chasing after them. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing ignored him and ran away with gritted teeth. Just like that, he ran for a few hundred miles. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, there were 6 figures in the sky. They were the 6 martial arts grandmasters of the 10-direction sword school. At that moment, they were getting closer and closer to Lu Ming and the rest. No matter how fast they were still slower than flying in the air. They were slowly being caught up. Whoosh! Xiao! Xiao! Beams of sword chi slashed at Lu Ming and his partner. The two of them flashed and dodged them. A moment later, another 100 miles had passed in a flash. Die! At this moment, an elder was already approaching Lu Ming and Su Lingyue. This elder's aura was extremely thick. He was the 4th-level martial ancestor realm expert from the 10-direction sword school. With a cold expression, he waved his sword, and dozens of bright sword chi shot out. It completely enveloped the two of them. Not good, block it. Lu Ming growled and 4 ancient shields appeared behind him. Xian Yanqing also shouted and waved his palm. Black lotus flowers appeared behind him. Bang! Bang! The ancient shield and the black lotus exploded one after another, and a strong force shot out in all directions. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing made use of this force to charge forward for thousands of meters. You're not Lu Yuntian. We've been tricked. The old man let out an earth-shaking roar. Haha, it's too late to realize it now. My men have already brought Lu Yuntian out of the forsaken desolation land. You bunch of idiots. Lu Ming laughed heartily. Damn it, damn it. Lu Yuntian ran away, so I'll kill you all. The old man roared angrily and continued to chase after Lu Ming and the rest. After chasing for a while, he slashed again. However, Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing used the same trick again. They blocked with their shields and black lotus flowers, and used the momentum to charge forward. The old man in the sky was so angry that he almost vomited blood. At the same time, he was shocked. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing were only 9th-grade grandmaster cultivators. Not only were they unbelievably fast, but their defensive abilities were also frighteningly high. Although there was a distance between them, it was already terrifying enough to block his sword chi. The 4th level of Wuzong is indeed powerful. Lu Ming's gaze was solemn. Chapter 268. Blood Realm and Devil's Denver. In fact, both he and Xian Yanqing were not feeling well. They were both injured and blood flowed from the corners of their mouths. The two of them gritted their teeth and ran forward. Not long after, they ran another few 100 miles. Not good. It's the Blood Realm and the Devil's Den ahead. The elder from the 10-direction sword sect shouted. Stop. You'll all die if you enter the Blood Realm and Devil's Den. Quickly stop them and ask for Lu Yuntian's whereabouts. The other members of the 10-direction sword sect shouted. Not far ahead. A thick fog covered the area, and the blood mist rose. It was boundless. One look and one could tell that it was a place of great danger. Blood Territory and Devil's Den. Lu Ming frowned. He had not heard of it. Looking at Xian Yanqing, She was also confused. I don't care anymore. It looks like the people from the 10 Direction Sword School are very afraid. The more dangerous a place is, the easier it is to escape. Lu Ming decided to rush in. It didn't stop at all, and rushed towards the Blood Realm and Devil's Cave. Damn it, damn it. Stop them. The elder from the omnipresent sword sect bellowed repeatedly, and slashed out sword chi with all his might. However, it accelerated the speed of Lu Ming and his companion. Stay. Suddenly, an angry shout came from the sky, and a glass-like sword light slashed from the distance. It was extremely terrifying. Young Master Chongkong. The people from the 10 Direction Sword School shouted excitedly. Not good. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing's expressions changed drastically. Although the sword chi was still very far away, its power surpassed that of the fourth martial ancestor realm elder. Without hesitation, Lu Ming activated his blood meridian and condensed 4 ancient shields at the same time. Then he struck out with his palm. Human Dao Palm. And MBSB. A massive palm print fused with wind and fire energy shot forward. Xian Yanqing, on the other hand, was covered in black lotus flowers in front of him. At the same time, he sent out 3 black palm prints. Demonic Palm. Whoosh! The sword radiance arrived in an instant, and was the first to collide with the human path palm print, and the heavenly demonic palm print. Instant sword. Qiu Changkong's sword chi glowed even more brightly, illuminating the entire sky. The light passed through Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing's palm prints, and continued to hit their defensive martial arts. Bang! Bang! With 2 loud bangs, Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing's bodies trembled. They groaned and spat out a mouthful of blood. Their bodies were thrown back, and they crossed 1,000 meters in an instant. Enter the Blood Realm and Devil's Den. Lu Ming growled. He and Xian Yanqing struck forward with their palms again. The powerful force pushed them back. The next moment, they disappeared into the mist of the Blood Realm and Devil's Denver. Buzz! Buzz! 6 figures appeared and stopped outside the Blood Realm and Devil's Denver. Then, a sword light flashed, and Qiu Changkong appeared. However, his face was extremely gloomy as he stared at the Blood Realm and Devil's Cave in front of him. Young Master Chongkong, don't be rash. An old man shouted. He was afraid that Qiu Changkong would rush in on a whim. The Blood Realm and Devil's Cave was a legendary forbidden land. Unless one was a martial king, they would only die if they rushed in. No one under the rank of martial king had ever come out alive. Qiu Changkong fell silent for a moment, but he still didn't rush in. Leave a few people here to guard this place. If those 2 really come out, kill them without mercy. Qiu Changkong instructed. Yes. The others bowed and acknowledged. Lu Yintian, no matter who saved you, no matter where you're hiding, I'm going to find you. Qiu Changkong's voice was as cold as the tip of a sword. After that, Qiu Changkong stepped out and disappeared in the blink of an eye. 2 of them left with Qiu Changkong, leaving 4 behind to guard the place. The moment Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing rushed into the Blood Realm and Devil's Cave, they felt the world spinning. When they calmed down, they found themselves in a desolate land. Not a single blade of grass grew on the ground, and a blood-colored mist floated in the air. He looked around, but found that he couldn't find the direction at all, and he didn't know where he had come from. I've implicated you this time. Lu Ming looked at Xian Yanqing and sighed. Don't think too much. My goal is to step on you. Xian Yanqing said coldly. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. He could not figure out Xian Yanqing's temper at all. However, no matter what, it was all thanks to Xian Yanqing. Otherwise it would not have been so easy to save Lu Yintian. Let's find a place to recuperate, Lu Ming said. After blocking the attacks of the 4th-tier martial Grandmaster Realm and Qiu Changkong's sword, both of them had suffered serious injuries. Humph! Xian Yanqing snorted, picked a random direction, and walked forward. Lu Ming followed. Even though the Forsaken Land was desolate, there were still living beings that appeared. However, this place was absolutely dead silent. The earth was reddish-brown, and there was not even a single blade of grass. It was completely bare. The 2 of them walked for dozens of miles, and everything around them was the same. There was no direction, no life, and no way out. Let's recuperate first, Lu Ming said. This time Xian Yanqing didn't refute. The two of them sat down and began to heal. However, the next moment, Lu Ming opened his eyes. This was because he felt that there was no spiritual qi in the world, only a brutal and wild aura. Xian Yanqing was also a little shocked. Then they took out spiritual crystals and started to absorb the spiritual qi in them to heal. After half a day, the two's injuries were much better, and they continued to move forward. And in BSB. At this moment, the two of them discovered that the blood-colored mist around them was much thicker than before, greatly reducing their visibility. Even with their cultivation, they could only see a few hundred meters away. Any further and it would be a blur. The two of them raised their vigilance and continued forward. As time passed, the blood-colored mist became thicker and thicker. Their visibility dropped from hundreds of meters to 100 meters, then 80 meters, 60 meters, and 50 meters. Roar! At this time, a roar came from the distance. The two of them looked serious. There were living beings in the fog. They hadn't encountered one in such a long time, but now it had suddenly appeared, full of strangeness. The two of them were highly focused and did not continue forward. They stopped and looked around. The mist was getting thicker and thicker. The blood-colored mist was almost solid, like dark red blood. Roar! Roar! In the surroundings, more and more howls could be heard, and they became more and more concentrated. It was unknown how many there were. Roar! Suddenly, a roar came from beside the two of them. A murderous aura filled the air, and a bloody mist billowed. A pale white claw grabbed at Xian Yanqing. This claw was like a human palm, but its nails were long and as sharp as blades. Its arm was covered in green hair. Xian Yanqing's expression changed. He waved his hand and a black lotus appeared. The petals flew out and attacked the pale claw. Buzz! Buzz! The black lotus petals struck the pale claw, producing a metallic sound and sparks. It was actually not cut in half. However, this attack also caused the pale white claw to withdraw. The fog churned, and the two seemed to see a tall figure that instantly disappeared into the distance. Chapter 269. Chapter 269 Blood Corpse and Blood Demon. The two of them looked even more serious. This blood realm and devil's den was too strange. The two of them focused their attention on their surroundings. Roar! Behind him, another pale arm covered in green hair reached out to grab Lu Ming. Bang! Lu Ming swung his long spear, and it hit the claw. With a bang, Lu Ming saw a figure being sent flying. All around, the roars continued. Some were filled with fierceness, while some were like screams of pain. Hoo! The blood mist churned and a tall figure pounced toward Lu Ming. Before it even reached him, the stench of blood filled the air. This is... Lu Ming could finally see the monster clearly. It was in the form of a human, and was unusually tall. It was 2 heads taller than Lu Ming and had long green fur all over its body. Its eyes were blood red and it had sharp teeth. Could this be a blood corpse? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He was somewhat shocked. The so-called blood corpse was a transformation of a martial artist after they died in battle. It was a type of zombie, but its body was impervious to swords and spears and was extremely strong. Without much time to think, the long spear pierced forward like a rainbow. The long spear pierced through the blood corpse's body, but Lu Ming did not look happy. This was because he felt that the blood corpse's body was like an Iron Man. Although he had pierced through the blood corpse's body, it had taken him a lot of effort. Buzz! The long spear shook and the blood corpse was sent flying. However, the roars continued and blood zombies continued to charge at the two. Some of the blood zombies actually started killing each other. Retreat! Lu Ming shouted. The two of them rushed to the back, but the situation was still the same. There were blood zombies constantly rushing over, fearlessly roaring and full of killing intent, constantly pouncing at the two of them. These blood zombies were very strong. The weakest of them was at the 7th or 8th grade of the Great Martial Master realm, while the stronger ones were at the peak of the 9th grade Great Martial Master realm. They were even close to the battle power of a martial ancestor realm. The key was that there were too many of them, and they were very difficult to kill. The two of them immediately fell into a passive position. Great demonic palm. Xian Yanqing's body was filled with black true qi. Black lotus flowers danced around him. He waved his palms and black palm prints flew out, knocking away the blood zombies one after another. Lu Ming's long spear danced like a fire dragon and swept out, sending 5 to 6 blood zombies flying. However, more blood zombies pounced over. The two of them fought as they charged. However, the blood zombies seemed to be endless as they swarmed in from all directions. The battle continued like this, and in the blink of an eye, more than an hour had passed. The two of them had lost a lot of true qi, and they were already drenched in sweat. This can't go on, I'll definitely die from exhaustion. Lu Ming's mind was racing. The fog has thinned. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He found that the blood-colored mist around him had become lighter, and his visibility was slowly increasing. He could vaguely see that there were blood zombies all around him. Most of the blood zombies were actually killing each other and biting each other. If the mist becomes lighter, perhaps the blood zombies will retreat. Lu Ming made a guess. This was because when they first entered, the blood mist wasn't thick, and there were no blood zombies. Only when the blood mist became thicker did the blood zombies appear. Lu Ming guessed that the appearance of the blood corpse was related to the blood mist. As time passed, the fog slowly faded. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing seemed to see hope. But in the next moment roar! An earth-shaking roar was heard, shaking the earth and the sky. In the distance, an unimaginably dense blood qi permeated the air. Lu Ming took a closer look, and his heart started to beat rapidly. That was not blood qi, it was clearly a huge monster. The huge creature was at least 100 meters tall. It was like a mountain as it ran wildly on the ground. It looked like a giant male lion, but the difference was that its body seemed to be made of blood, and it emitted a strong bloody smell. It opened its mouth and howled, its voice shaking the heavens. An aura as deep as the ocean spread out. Then it opened its mouth and sucked in the blood zombies one by one, disappearing. Blood demon. Could this be the legendary blood demon? Xian Yanqing's voice trembled. It was not only her voice. Lu Ming could feel that even her body was trembling. Let's go. Lu Ming pulled Xian Yanqing's hand and ran back in big steps. This blood demon was too powerful. Its aura was as deep as the ocean, and it was unfathomable. It was impossible for them to fight him. The two of them ran wildly. The blood zombies at the side seemed to be extremely shocked. They gave up on attacking Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing and ran for their lives. Roar! Heaven and earth shook as the blood demon's huge body rushed toward Lu Ming and Lin Fan. It can't be. Lu Ming felt bitter in his heart. He used all his strength to run, but his speed was still much slower than the blood demon. In the blink of an eye, the blood demon approached the two of them, its blood-red eyes staring at them. Are we going to die here today? Lu Ming could not help but think. No, I can't die. I just saved my father and haven't avenged him yet. I can't die. Lu Ming roared loudly. His eyes were filled with determination, and he was highly focused. Human Dao Palm. Lu Ming shouted and struck out with his palm. This palm made Lu Ming's state reach its peak. Boom! A huge palm print was formed. It was almost solid, and it was twice as big as the previous ones. At the moment of life and death, Lu Ming's human path palm had a breakthrough and reached the 3rd level. Previously, Lu Ming had cultivated for a few months in the Earth Cave and the Divine Wind Valley before he broke through to the 2nd level. Now that he was on the verge of death, he actually broke through again. The 3rd level of the human path palm was unprecedentedly powerful. It struck the blood demon with an earth-shattering force. Roar! The blood demon roared with disdain in his eyes. He opened his mouth and spat out a bloodlight, striking the human Dao palm. Like a popped bubble, the 3rd level of the human path palm was destroyed. The difference in strength was too great. It was not something that a single martial technique could make up for. Roar! The blood demon roared and pounced on the two of them. It opened its mouth wide, and a terrifying suction force was produced. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing were sucked into the blood demon's mouth without any resistance and disappeared. Roar! The blood devil let out a satisfied roar and continued to attack the blood zombies. Grab it! As soon as they entered the blood demon's mouth, Lu Ming grabbed Xian Yanqing's little hand. The two of them followed the strong suction force and fell down. Don't let me go! At that moment, Xian Yanqing's face was pale. His eyes were filled with fear as he grabbed Lu Ming's hands tightly. At this moment, she was just like an ordinary little girl, so fragile that she needed to be protected. Hold on. Don't give up until the last moment. Lu Ming shouted. Essential qi gushed out as he tried to escape from the gravitational force. However, it was useless. The gravitational force was too strong. And NBSB. After a few breaths, the two of them landed on a soft area, surrounded by a thick blood-colored mist. This blood-colored mist had a terrifying corrosive power. As soon as the two of them landed, they felt a burning pain on their skin. The two of them immediately circulated their true qi to protect their bodies, but it was of little use. Their true qi was being consumed rapidly. The two of them did not have much genuine qi left after the battle. It did not take long for them to use up all their genuine qi. The blood-red martial mist began to corrode their bodies. Chapter 270. Chapter 279 Sons Supreme. Xian Yanqing suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His body swayed and his face turned pale. Hold on! Lu Ming roared. But Xian Yanqing's body was shaking, his eyes were unfocused, and he shouted, Lu Ming, I'm going to stomp on you. After saying that, his body went soft and he actually fell down directly, falling into a coma. Lu Ming was so angry that he wanted to laugh. This woman was still thinking about this at this time. Whoosh! The corrosive mist in the surroundings caused his skin to burn and sting. Furthermore, this mist would seep into one's skin, causing one to fall into a state of drowsiness. Could it be that I'm really going to die here this time? Lu Ming thought to himself, but he felt extremely indignant in his heart. However, his body was indeed getting weaker and weaker, and his spirit was also getting more and more deficient. Art. I want to hold on. I want to get out of here alive. I want to step onto the peak of martial arts. Lu Ming roared in his heart and tried his best to resist. Giving in was not in his character. However, this mist was too strange and too powerful. It was not something that could be done by not submitting to it. Just as Lu Ming was about to fall unconscious, the world suddenly turned upside down. Lu Ming found himself in another place. Supreme Shrine. This is the Supreme Shrine. Lu Ming was a little surprised and puzzled. Wasn't the Supreme Shrine a place that he couldn't enter when he was in danger? He had tried many times in the past, but it was useless. He didn't expect it to come in automatically. However, Lu Ming looked up and was a little surprised. He realized that he was not on the first 3 platforms, but on the platform at the highest point. Below him was a long flight of stairs that led to the bottom. On the other side was a palace, which was exactly the same as the one he had seen on the first 3 platforms. Xian Yanqing was lying next to him, still unconscious. How did I appear at the highest point? Lu Ming was a little surprised. He looked into the palace. The palace's door was open, and it was dark inside. A figure could be vaguely seen sitting cross-legged inside. Suddenly, the figure moved. He actually stood up and walked out. Ta-ta-ta. With the sound of footsteps, Lu Ming's heart started to beat rapidly. It had been more than 2 years since he had obtained the Supreme Shrine. Lu Ming was extremely curious about the palace and the people inside. He had always wanted to see what it was, but he couldn't get there, so he had to give up. Now could he finally get his wish? Ta! Light footsteps could be heard and a figure walked out. It was a middle-aged man wearing a red battle robe with a sun embroidered on it. He was tall and muscular, with a tough and stocky build. When he opened his eyes, it was as if 2 suns were emerging. The aura he gave off was as deep as the vast universe. Just by standing there, he seemed to be able to swallow the world and look down on everything. Facing him, Lu Ming seemed to be facing the entire world. However, in the next moment, the middle-aged man's aura disappeared. He looked like a mortal. He looked at Lu Ming with a complicated expression. Lu Ming was stunned for a moment before he stepped forward and cupped his fists in greeting. Junior Lu Ming pays his respects to Senior. You don't need to introduce me. I've been following you for years. The middle-aged man's voice was filled with dominance. As expected. Senior, thank you for saving me this time. Lu Ming said. Don't be happy. I didn't want to save you at first. I just didn't want to waste a drop of the 9 dragons' blood essence. The middle-aged man said with a casual smile. Then he sized Lu Ming up carefully and said, Are you very curious about who I am? What is this place? That's right, please tell me, Senior. Lu Ming said. He was indeed extremely curious. The main reason he had his current achievements was because of the Supreme Shrine. All right, I can tell you. The middle-aged man said. Then he placed his hands behind his back and walked back and forth a few steps, as if he was in deep thought. I am the 9 Sons Paragon, the middle-aged man said after a long while. What? Lu Ming's body and mind trembled. His pupils widened, and he had an incredulous look on his face. You're the Supreme 9 Yang of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace? Lu Ming asked. Is there a second Supreme Master of the 9 Sons in the world? The middle-aged man said coldly. Lu Ming gasped in shock. There was no other reason. The 9 Sons Cosmos Supremacy's background was simply too great. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to describe him as world-famous. Lu Ming had long heard of the reputation of the 9 Sons Cosmos Supremacy. However, to him, the 9 Sons Supremacy was just a legendary figure. The 9 Sons Supreme was from the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. He was the first disciple of Martial Emperor De of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. His cultivation base was earth-shattering and unparalleled. He was known as the 9 Sons Supreme, and his cultivation was infinitely close to the martial royal realm. He was the invincible god of war of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. Such a person could annihilate the 36 empires of Emperor Yun with a snap of his fingers. How could he be here, hiding in such a palace? As if sensing Lu Ming's doubts, 9 Sons Supreme sighed and said, What you're seeing now is not my true body. I'm actually already dead. This is just a wisp of my soul. What? You're already dead? Lu Ming found it hard to believe. With the cultivation and combat strength of the 9 Sons Supreme, who could kill him? Even a martial emperor might not be able to kill him. That's right. I'm dead. The one who killed me was my master, the ruler of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, Martial Emperor De. The Supreme Master of the 9 Sons said coldly. Lu Ming was shocked and somewhat dumbfounded. 9 Sons Supreme had been killed by his master, Martial Emperor De. How could this be possible? You must be very surprised, right? Supreme Master Jiuyang sneered. That's right, it's quite unexpected. Lu Ming did not hide anything. Ha ha ha, what's there to be surprised about? De, that old man, is just a treacherous villain. He can do anything. The 9 Sons Supreme Master laughed in anger. His voice was filled with hatred and killing intent. Boy, do you want to know why De, that old man, would kill me? And why you awakened the bloodline of 9 dragons? Supreme 9 Sons said. The bloodline of the 9 dragons? Could it be that my bloodline is called the bloodline of the 9 dragons? But what are the 9 dragons? Lu Ming was full of doubts. Of course, he nodded repeatedly. All right, then I'll tell you the whole story. Supreme 9 Sons said. Then he began to explain the entire story in detail. The 9 dragons were extremely ancient and powerful beings in the world. Legend had it that they were one of the true dragons, but they were different from the true dragons as they were a variation of the true dragons. True dragons had 5 claws and were called 5-clawed true dragons. The 9 dragons, on the other hand, had 9 claws. They were extremely terrifying and invincible. Ordinary true dragons were far inferior to them. It was said that since ancient times, there had only been one dragon in the world. And the divine wilderness continent had an immemorial barren land. It was said to be the ruins of the 9 dragons, and it was extremely dangerous. With his powerful strength and terrifying bloodline, the Supreme Master of 9 Suns had broken through the 9 Dragon ruins once and obtained some things. Among them were 2 drops of 9 Dragon blood essence. Chapter 271. Chapter 271 Hidden Story. Although the Supreme Master of the 9 Suns had successfully come out of the 9 Dragon ruins and brought back 2 drops of 9 Dragon blood essence, he had also been injured. However, he had never expected that his master, Martial Emperor De, would suddenly attack him and seriously injure him. He had also taken away his 9 Young bloodline. Martial Emperor De had also taken one of the 2 drops of 9 Dragon blood essence. However, Martial Emperor De had underestimated 9 Suns Supreme. 9 Suns Supreme's 9 Suns bloodline was a divine bloodline, which was extremely mysterious. At the critical moment, 9 Suns Supreme self-destructed his body and bloodline, and escaped with the Supreme Shrine as a wisp of his remaining soul. At the same time, it also brought out a drop of 9 Dragon blood essence. Later, his Supreme Divine Hall turned into a bronze pendant to avoid the pursuit of De and Martial Emperor. After decades, it finally fell into the hands of Lu Yuntian. I finally understand now. De, that hypocrite, accepted me as a disciple and taught me martial arts. It was a conspiracy from the beginning. From the beginning, he planned to deprive me of my 9 Young bloodline. He wanted to use my 9 Young bloodline to break through to the Supreme Realm. Despicable, sinister. The most sinister person in the world is that old man De. Supreme Being of the 9 Suns roared hysterically, his eyes filled with a bone-chilling killing intent. His bloodline was stripped? Lu Ming muttered as he looked at 9 Suns Supreme with sympathy. The Supreme Being of the 9 Suns, how similar was his experience? The difference was that the 9 Suns Supreme had his bloodline taken away by the person he respected, while his bloodline had been taken away by the person he loved. Kid, you should know by now that the reason you were able to awaken your bloodline again after it was stolen was because I fused that drop of 9 Dragon blood essence into your body. The reason why I did that was because your experiences were similar to mine. It touched me. I wanted to nurture you into a peerless genius, to become a peerless expert. That was why I set up layers of stairs in the Supreme Shrine, allowing you to grow step by step. Unfortunately, you have disappointed me too much. Your talent is not bad, but you are reckless. Do you know that you almost died just now? The 9 Suns Supreme roared, answering Lu Ming's question. Lu Ming came to a sudden realization, but he could not help but smile bitterly. The reason why he was in such a desperate situation was because he wanted to save his father. If he could do it all over again, he would do the same. Brat, this is the only time you can seek refuge in the Supreme Shrine. There won't be a next time. The Supreme Shrine isn't a place for you to seek refuge. The Supreme Shrine's inscription formation won't disappear, so you won't be able to enter in a life and death situation. The 9 Suns Supreme Martial Artist said with bright eyes. Lu Ming came to a sudden realization. It turned out that he could not enter the Supreme Shrine during every great battle because the 9 Suns Supreme did not allow him to enter. Lu Ming nodded. This was exactly what he wanted. Every unparalleled expert had been tempered through constant life and death situations. Boy, now that you've merged with the blood essence of 9 dragons, and awakened the bloodline of 9 dragons, it's extremely magical and can continue to evolve. I don't know how far you can go, but your future is limitless. Supreme 9 Suns said. This is all thanks to Senior's help. Lu Ming cupped his fists and bowed. He could not help but look happy. The 9 dragons were terrifying existences that were more powerful than the true dragon. Now that Lu Ming knew about it, he was naturally happy. 9 Suns Paragon glanced at Lu Ming and sneered. Brat, don't be happy too early. It won't be long before you'll be in deep trouble. Senior, what do you mean? Lu Ming was stunned. I got 2 drops of 9 dragon blood essence. One of them fell into De's hands. With De's cultivation, he must have refined the 9 dragon blood essence. The blood essence of the 9 dragons can sense each other. Your cultivation is still weak, so De can't sense you yet. According to my estimation, as soon as you break through to the martial arts Grandmaster realm, DE will be able to sense you in an instant. At that time, you will inevitably be deprived of your bloodline again. Supreme Nine Suns said. Lu Ming's expression changed drastically. There was such a thing? What kind of person was Martial Emperor DE? He was a top expert in the Divine Wilderness continent and an overlord. If he really wanted to kill him, he could kill him tens of thousands of times with just a breath. If Martial Emperor DE discovered the Nine Dragons' bloodline in his body, he would definitely die. No one could save him. Did he have to stay in the Great Martial Master realm for the rest of his life, and not break through to the Martial Ancestor realm? No, this was impossible. As a martial artist, the goal of cultivation was to keep breaking through and become stronger. Not allowing him to break through was worse than killing him. What do we do? Is there no other way? Lu Ming's mind was racing. Suddenly, he saw a faint smile on the face of the Nine Suns Cosmos Supremacy. Senior, do you have any ideas? He asked with cupped fists. I do have a way, but why should I help you? The supreme martial artist of the Nine Suns said with a smile. Lu Ming was stunned. It was true. Why would the Nine Suns Cosmos Supremacy help him? Actually, I can help you if you agree to one condition. The Nine Suns Supreme Master suddenly said. It's all thanks to you that Lu Ming is able to achieve what he has today. Please state your conditions. As long as it's within Lu Ming's means, I won't refuse. Lu Ming said. Okay, my condition is that you must agree to kill DE and avenge me. The Nine Suns Supreme Master said word by word, his eyes filled with cold killing intent. He killed Martial Emperor DE? Lu Ming's heart trembled. He then smiled bitterly and said, Senior, are you kidding me? With my cultivation, even if Martial Emperor DE stood there for me to kill, I wouldn't be able to. It was not that Lu Ming was not confident, but the gap was too big, so big that it was beyond his imagination. I'm not asking you to kill DE now. I want you to promise me that you will kill DE in the future after you have improved your cultivation. Supreme Nine Suns said. The future? Lu Ming muttered. What's wrong? You don't have the confidence? But let me tell you, there will be a battle between you and DE. It is inevitable. It has been inevitable since you integrated with the Nine Dragon Blood Essence. Even if you don't go to him, he will come to you. It is only a matter of time. Supreme Master Zhuyang sneered. Senior, I promise you that I will kill DE one day. Lu Ming suddenly spoke. His voice was firm and unusually determined. The eyes of the Nine Suns Supreme Master lit up, and then he laughed out loud. Okay, I believe you. And let me tell you, if you can kill DE and take his other drop of Nine Dragon Blood Essence, you will gain endless benefits. You can even break through the Martial Royal Realm and enter a Supreme Realm. Seeing that Lu Ming had agreed, Nine Suns Supreme was extremely excited. Over the past few years, he had set up those stairs in order to nurture Lu Ming, hoping that he would avenge him in the future. Well, Senior Huang, you know that DE is a martial emperor. It is too difficult to reach that realm. Do you have any benefits for me? For example, divine level martial skills, divine level elixirs, divine weapons, and so on. Just give me a dozen of them. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with greed as he stared at the Nine Suns Cosmos Supremacy. Chapter 272, Nine Dragons' Heaven-Stomping Steps. The Nine Suns Cosmos Supremacy was a figure who was infinitely close to a martial emperor. His combat strength was even more terrifying. To put it bluntly, a single hair from such a figure could benefit him greatly. It was not in Lu Ming's character to not take advantage of him. The eyelids of the Nine Suns Supreme Martial Artist kept twitching, and the corners of his mouth were trembling. A god-level martial technique? Divine-level medicinal pill? Dozens of them. What did Lu Ming think a god-level was? Cabbages. Senior, what's wrong? Was he not feeling well? Why is the corner of your mouth trembling? Lu Ming asked in surprise. No, nothing. Supreme Master Zhuyang took a deep breath to calm himself down and continued. You may be disappointed about this. I escaped as a wisp of my remnant soul. After I came out, I only brought this supreme shrine and a drop of 9 dragons' blood essence. As for the things I placed on the first few platforms, they were all obtained by accident after I escaped. Also, there's actually nothing on the platforms at the back. I deliberately placed a box on each platform to motivate you to work hard in cultivation. Supreme Master Zhuyang said with slight embarrassment. Ah, the platforms behind are empty? Lu Ming was dumbfounded and speechless. After a while he asked tentatively. Even if I don't have any treasures, I'm sure you do have some martial skills. As the 9 Sons Supreme, Senior should know a lot of cultivation methods and martial skills. Just pass me a few of them. Cough cough. 9 Sons Supreme coughed a few times and said, I'm afraid I can't do that. De knows all the martial techniques I have practiced. Once you practice the martial techniques I have practiced, De will probably sense it. A martial royal realm expert is too powerful. This. Lu Ming was completely speechless. It turned out that there was no benefit at all for him to agree to avenge him and kill Martial Emperor De. But don't be disappointed. I can't give you what I've cultivated, but I can still teach you what I haven't. When I came to the 9 dragon ruins, I didn't only bring 2 drops of 9 dragon blood essence, but also a cultivation technique and a martial technique. That cultivation technique is the true war dragon technique that you're cultivating. It's a god-tier cultivation technique. There's also a martial technique that goes with the true war dragon technique. It's called the 9 Dragons Heaven Treading Steps. It's also a god-tier martial technique. 9 Sons Supreme Martial Artist also felt a little embarrassed and quickly said, What? Is there really a god-level martial technique? Lu Ming's heart trembled. His eyes emitted a bright glow, like 2 bright suns. When he mentioned the god-level martial techniques and god-level elixirs, he was simply asking for too much. He never thought that the 9 Sons Supreme would really have god-level martial techniques. It was a divine martial technique, and its name seemed to be related to the 9 dragons. 9 Sons Supreme Master waved his hand, and a secret manual flew out of the main hall. The secret manual was neither gold nor jade, and it was impossible to tell what material it was made of. This is the 9 Dragons' Heaven Stomping Steps. According to my speculation, it should be a martial technique created by the 9 dragons. Its power is terrifying and boundless. Even I have never cultivated it before. You're really lucky. 9 Sons Supreme handed the manual to Lu Ming. Lu Ming hurriedly took it and opened it to read in joy. As soon as he flipped it open, it was as if he saw a real dragon with 9 claws walking in the sky. A terrifying aura acted on Lu Ming's body, and he felt excruciating pain all over his body, as if he was about to be torn apart. At this time, the 9 Sons Supreme Master waved his hand and closed the 9 Dragons' Heaven Stomping Steps. Only then did the terrifying aura disappear. Brat, don't open it unless you're strong enough. Otherwise, you won't even know how you're going to die. The Supreme Master of the 9 Sons shouted coldly. Lu Ming broke out in a cold sweat. This was only a secret manual. It was too terrifying, right? Kid, this manual contains a trace of the 9 dragons' chi. Ordinary people can't withstand it. Also, with your current cultivation and physical strength, you can't practice the 9 dragons' heaven treading steps at all. You can only start practicing it when you break through the first realm of martial ancestor realm, and your physical strength reaches the 4th grade. The supreme martial artist of the 9 Sons warned. Many thanks, Senior. Lu Ming carefully put away the 9 dragons' heaven stomping steps, but he sighed in his heart. The requirements were too high. It was still alright to break through to the martial arts grandmaster realm. Lu Ming believed that he would be able to break through soon. However, it would not be so easy to reach the 4th grade physical body. Although Lu Ming's physical body had reached the 3rd grade, it was very difficult for him to break through to the 4th grade. First of all, he had to have a technique that could allow him to cultivate his body to the 4th stage. At the same time, he also needed an opportunity. Otherwise, he might not be able to break through in several years. I must meet these conditions as soon as possible. Holding a god-level martial skill, but not being able to cultivate it was not a good feeling. Alright, next, I'll help you conceal the aura of the 9 dragon blood essence. Sit tight, relax your mind, and control the bloodline to appear. The supreme martial artist of the 9 suns instructed. Lu Ming nodded and sat down cross-legged. His body glowed as his spirit-devouring bloodline, no, it should be called the 9 dragons bloodline, emerged and floated quietly above Lu Ming's head. Let's go. The 9 suns supreme master shouted. His body emitted endless light, and a sun appeared above his head. After a few breaths, another sun appeared. In the next minute, a total of 9 suns appeared around the 9 suns supreme. The 9 suns hovered around the 9 suns supreme, like the gods of the sun. Suppress seal. 9 dragons bloodline. 9 suns supreme master shouted. The 9 suns emitted endless light, which then rushed toward the 9 dragon bloodlines and covered them, forming a seal that sealed the aura of the 9 dragon bloodlines. Half an hour later, the 9 suns around 9 suns supreme master suddenly disappeared. 9 suns supreme master's body trembled and almost fell to the ground. Senior, are you all right? Lu Ming quickly stood up and supported 9 suns cosmos. The 9 suns supreme master's face was pale, and his body had become much fainter, as if he would dissipate at any time. Sealing the bloodline of the 9 dragons requires a huge amount of energy. After I help you seal it, you will fall into a deep sleep not long after. Once you fall into a deep sleep, I don't know when you will wake up again. The supreme master of the 9 suns heaved a long sigh. Senior, Lu Ming is unable to repay Senior's kindness. Lu Ming bowed to the 9 suns supreme with sincerity. You just need to avenge me. Also, I have to tell you something seriously. I can help you seal the aura of the 9 dragon bloodline, but only for 10 years. After 10 years, my sealing power will dissipate. At that time, DE and Martial Emperor will sense you. So you only have 10 years. In these 10 years, you must keep breaking through and growing. At least, you must have the ability to escape from DE's pursuit. Otherwise, everything will be over. The 9 suns supreme martial artist said solemnly. 10 years, only 10 years? Lu Ming's heart stirred. What's wrong? Don't you have the confidence? Supreme 9 suns said. Of course. 10 years. That's enough time. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a trace of fighting spirit. Good. Now I'll subdue that blood demon while I'm at it. After all, you're still inside its body. The martial emperor of 9 suns muttered. A wave of fluctuation was emitted from his body and he disappeared. Then, a blood-colored token appeared in his hand. He passed the blood-red token to Lu Ming and said, "This is the demon-suppressing token. You can use it to control the blood devils." All right, I've said all that I need to say. From now on, you'll have to depend on yourself. After saying that, 9 suns supreme master staggered toward the main hall. Senior, if Lu Ming's cultivation is successful in the future, I'll definitely think of a way to save you. Lu Ming shouted. Save me? Even a martial emperor can't do it. Supreme Master of the 9 Suns sighed, then walked into the hall and disappeared. Chapter 273. 10 Years, Martial Emperor. Lu Ming sighed as he looked at the 9 Suns Supreme's lonely back. He was a supreme expert who had dominated the world, but he had ended up like this. It was a pity. 10 years, 10 years. Lu Ming muttered. It was almost impossible to grow to the point where he could compete with Martial Emperor DE in 10 years. The difference was too great. His cultivation was only at the 9th grade Great Martial Master realm. Above the Martial Grandmaster realm were the Martial Ancestor realm, the Martial King realm, and the Spiritual God realm. Above the 3 Spiritual God realms was the Martial Emperor realm. There was a difference of 6 major realms. The difference was too great. No matter how difficult it is, I have to try my best. If I don't try, how do I know it won't work? Lu Ming's eyes were filled with determination. Then he looked at Xian Yanqing, who was still unconscious. We can't let anyone else know about the 9 Suns Supreme. Who knows if Martial Emperor DE will notice? Let's leave this place first. Lu Ming pondered for a moment. Then he walked over and pulled Xian Yinqing along. With a thought, they disappeared from the supreme shrine. Roar! The blood demon's roar shook the heavens and earth. As soon as they left the supreme shrine, Lu Ming realized that they were not in the blood demon's stomach, but on its back. The blood demon felt that there were 2 more people on his back. He immediately flew into a rage and roared repeatedly. The blood chi surged and swept towards Lu Ming and Xian Yinqing. Demon suppressing token. Lu Ming waved his hand and the demon suppressing token appeared. It floated in the air automatically. An invisible wave was emitted and surged toward the blood demon. Roar! The blood demon roared, as if it was extremely frightened. It let out a low wail and finally knelt down. Submissive. Lu Ming was pleasantly surprised. At the same time, he was amazed by the 9 Suns Cosmos methods. The 9 Suns Supreme was just a wisp of soul. He was already at the end of his life when he helped him seal the bloodline of the 9 dragons. Under such circumstances, he could make the blood demon submit to him by simply condensing a demon-suppressing token. The power of his means was already incredible. Let's continue forward. Lu Ming patted the blood demon. Roar! The blood demon growled, got up, and continued to run forward. The blood demon was obviously the overlord of this area. With him leading the way, this area was unimpeded. Am I dead? Suddenly, Xian Yinqing shouted and jumped up from the blood demon's back. His big black eyes looked around. The next moment he saw Lu Ming and could not help but call out. Lu Ming, you're dead too? We're in the netherworld? It's all your fault, but I still have an unfulfilled wish. Xian Yinqing closed his eyes and sighed. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. He was stunned for a while before he said, Who said I'm dead? I'm still alive and well. You didn't die? Then why are you with me? I know, did you capture my soul? What do you want to do? You won't even let go of my soul. You despicable, shameless, perverted pervert. As soon as Xian Yinqing heard that Lu Ming was not dead, he began to curse and his body kept shrinking back. This. Lu Ming was completely dumbfounded. He stared at Xian Yinqing in a daze. Xian Yinqing's eyes widened as he looked at Lu Ming warily. After a while, he realized that something was wrong. He looked around and shouted. So, I'm not dead either. Not good. How are we going to get on the blood devil's back? Let's think of a way to get out of this place. Escape? If you want to run, run. Lu Ming sat there calmly, looking calm and relaxed. You're not running. Xian Yinqing's eyes turned, and he felt that something was wrong. Of course not. With this blood devil leading the way, what's the point of running? Lu Ming said indifferently. Blood devil leading the way? Wait, what's going on? Why isn't the blood devil attacking us? Xian Yinqing noticed that the blood demon had been moving obediently, unlike the previous time when it would pounce on them. Don't worry, I've already subdued it. Lu Ming said indifferently. Subdued by you? How is that possible? You think you can subdue this blood devil? Xian Yinqing asked a series of questions. She would never believe him. This blood demon was extremely ferocious and powerful. She estimated that even if it had not reached the level of a martial king, it was not far from it. Could Lu Ming subdue it? How was that possible? But the next moment, her beautiful eyes suddenly widened. Lu Ming said lightly, Little blood, stop. Then the blood demon stopped and growled in a low voice, seemingly trying to please Lu Ming. Little blood, get down. With another light sentence, blood devil obediently lay down. Xian Yinqing's eyes were about to pop out, and his mouth was so wide open that a duck egg could be stuffed in. Her beautiful face was filled with disbelief. The blood demon had actually been subdued by Lu Ming. Moreover, it was the kind that was obedient. Most importantly, what did Lu Ming call the blood demon? Little blood. Xian Yinqing felt like he was in a mess. Ha, what do you think? Don't you admire me? Do you have the urge to repay me with your body? Seeing Xian Yinqing's expression, Lu Ming felt extremely pleased. He laughed heartily with a smug expression on his face. His smile was so wide that it almost reached his ears. Promise your head. Humph. Who knows what kind of despicable method you used to subdue this blood devil? Humph. You are a despicable bastard. One day, I will step on you. Xian Yanqing snorted coldly and glared at Lu Ming a few times. Then he turned around and did not look at Lu Ming. However, she was still shocked and curious about Lu Ming. She did not know what method Lu Ming had used to subdue the blood demon. Lu Ming smiled. He knew Xian Yanqing's temper and could not be bothered to argue with her. Then the blood demon continued on its way. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing sat cross-legged on the blood demon's back, channeling and healing their injuries. About half a day later, the scenery in front of them changed. In front of them, a huge semicircular light screen enveloped them. Lu Ming and the rest were inside this semicircular light screen. It was a huge inscription formation. It was only then that Lu Ming found out that the Blood Realm and Devil's Den was in a huge inscription array. No wonder he couldn't tell the direction the moment he entered the formation. The only difference was that there was a stone door here. The stone door was huge and was tightly shut, embedded in the light screen. This stone door might be the exit. Lu Ming made a guess. He ordered Blood Demon to charge forward. Roar! Roar! Suddenly, two earth-shaking roars came from the huge stone door. The stone door glowed, and two huge strange beasts appeared in front of the stone door. These two strange beasts were incomparably huge, and their entire bodies emitted a blood-red radiance. The moment it appeared, it glared at Lu Ming and the rest. Lu Ming's expression changed and he immediately shouted, "Little Blood, destroy them!" Roar! The blood demon let out a furious roar and rushed toward the two strange beasts. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing jumped down from the blood demon. Immediately, the three humongous creatures began to fight each other. The blood qi was boiling, and the battle was extremely intense. The two strange beasts were also extremely powerful, but unfortunately, they were still inferior to the blood demon. Soon, the two beasts were torn apart by the blood demon and swallowed in a few bites. Chapter 274. The Ruins of the Cloud Emperor Palace. After the two strange beasts were killed, the stone door no longer moved. "Little Blood, break the stone door!" Lu Ming shouted. The blood demon roared and ran toward the stone gate. Boom! It slammed heavily against the stone door, causing it to shake violently. The entire world seemed to be shaking. However, the stone door did not open. "Continue!" Lu Ming shouted. The blood demon continued to attack, and the stone door kept shaking. Finally, it slowly opened a gap. Boom! At this moment, Lu Ming seemed to hear a deafening roar from outside the stone door. What's going on? Lu Ming frowned. But he didn't have time to think too much. He strode forward and shouted, "Let's go out!" Xian Yanqing followed closely behind. Roar! At this moment, the blood demon roared loudly and stopped in its tracks. A thought was transmitted into Lu Ming's mind. Lu Ming roughly understood what the blood demon meant. It grew up here and could not get out at all. Once it got out, it would be turned into ashes. Lu Ming felt that it was a pity. If such a powerful blood demon were to follow them out, he would be able to sweep through the Blazing Sun Empire. He might even be able to attack the omnidirectional sword sect. What a pity! Lu Ming roared in his heart, but there was nothing he could do. He could only abandon the blood demon and rush towards the stone door with Xian Yanqing. The stone door was too big. Although it was only opened a crack, it was enough for two people to pass through. Buzz! Buzz! The two of them moved like the wind. As soon as they passed through the stone door, they felt the world spin. The next moment, they found Themslavir standing on a hill. Behind him, a blood-colored mist filled the air. It was clearly the Blood Realm and Devil's Denver. In front of him were green mountains and clear waters, full of life. However, at this moment, the mountain peak in front of them trembled. A blood-colored pillar of light shot up into the sky, piercing through the clouds. It could be seen from 100 miles away. Boom! 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 On the side, another mountain peak trembled. Immediately after, another blood-colored light pillar shot out, stirring up the wind and clouds. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing were both dumbfounded. Where was this place? Why did he look so unfamiliar? And this blood-red light pillar, could it be caused by them opening the huge stone door? Buzz. Buzz. At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard, and a few figures appeared in the sky. They were a few middle-aged men. The aura on their bodies was as thick as a mountain. They were obviously strong practitioners of the martial arts Grandmaster realm. There's a change outside the Blood Realm and Devil's Cave. Is there a rare treasure coming into being? Hurry up and inform the sect. The few burly men muttered to themselves. Then, they stepped on the air and disappeared. However, not long after, more people came. Some of them came by stepping on the air. They were all martial arts grandmasters, and there were also some martial artists in the Grandmaster realm. Through the conversation of these people, Lu Ming learned a fact that made him dumbfounded. This place was actually not within the Blazing Sun Empire's territory, but on the other side of the desolate wilderness, the border between the Blood Jiao Empire and the Yin Moon Empire. Lu Ming and the rest had actually run in the wrong direction. Lu Ming did not know whether to laugh or cry. He and Xian Yanqing stared at each other. Boom, boom, boom. The shaking became more and more intense. In the end, a total of 9 blood-red light pillars appeared and shot into the sky. At this moment, there were already no less than 100 people gathered. This place is most likely the ruins of the ancient sect, the Cloud Emperor Palace. In the sky, a white-haired old man speculated. What? It's the ancient sect, Cloud Emperor Palace? Some people were shocked and expressed their doubts. That's a senior from the Great Sun House. His guess shouldn't be wrong. That's right. The Great Sun House is the #1 sect in the Blood Jiao. It has existed for a long time, and is extremely knowledgeable. We can't compare to it. Haha, what a great opportunity. Some people were discussing excitedly. The ancient sect, Cloud Emperor Palace. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The Cloud Emperor Mountain Range was called the Cloud Emperor Mountain Range because of the Cloud Emperor Palace, which showed how powerful the Cloud Emperor Palace was. This place was actually the ruins of the Cloud Emperor Palace. Lu Ming definitely had to explore, and did not want to miss it. Everyone waited in silence. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing sat cross-legged at the side, healing their injuries while waiting. As time passed, more and more people arrived. It was obvious that the news had already spread. 7 days later, there was already a sea of people in all directions. Even the sky was filled with people. Some were from the Blood Jiao Empire, and some were from the Yin Empire. Of course, most of them were from the Blood Jiao Empire. Lu Ming sighed to himself. The Blood Jiao Empire was indeed powerful. Those standing in the air were all Grandmaster-level experts. There were no less than 1,000 of them. The Blood Jiao Empire was indeed a mid-tier empire. It was extremely terrifying. The Great Sun Mansion has sent hundreds of experts and core elders. It seems that we won't get a share in the remains of the Cloud Emperor Palace. That's right. Many experts from the other sects of Blood Jiao have also come. Even the royal family of the Dark Moon Empire has come. There are also many young experts, such as the 50 super rookies of the Blood Jiao Empire, and the experts of the 9 heroes of the Dark Moon Empire. Nearby, the sounds of discussion could be heard from time to time. Gah! At this moment, a sharp cry resounded through the sky. It was extremely ear-piercing. Then a huge crow appeared in the sky. This crow was extremely huge, with a wingspan of 30 meters. Its body was covered in blazing flames, and the demonic chi on its body was soaring. It was a terrifying level 4 demonic beast. A level 4 demonic beast was equivalent to a martial arts grandmaster. On the back of the crow stood a young man in his 20s. He was wearing a fiery red robe with a big sun embroidered on it. His hands were placed behind his back as he looked at the blood-colored light pillars. He had an aura of disdain. Yang Liuji, this person is Yang Liuji? Yang Liuji, who is ranked 33rd on the Cloud Emperor board. Who else could it be besides him? Even the geniuses of the Cloud Emperor ranking are here. There was a commotion in the crowd. Clearly, the name of the 6 extremes of Yang had shaken the hearts of the people. Number 33 on the Cloud Emperor board? Is this man stronger than Qiu Changkong? Lu Ming's eyes flashed. The 36 geniuses on Emperor Yun's list could be said to be the strongest 36 people of this generation in the 36 kingdoms of Emperor Yun. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, another 2 days had passed. At this moment, Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing's injuries had already healed. Boom! Suddenly, the 9 blood-red light pillars let out a violent roar. The light grew brighter, and then actually gathered together. A moment later, the blood light disappeared, and a huge black vortex appeared in the sky. This is the spatial teleportation path. It leads to the ruins of the Cloud Emperor Palace. Charge! Immediately, dozens of people rushed into the vortex. In the next moment, a blood-curdling screech was heard. More than half of the dozens of people suddenly exploded, and their blood and flesh splattered all over the ground. However, the other half of the people rushed into the whirlpool and disappeared. What's going on? How did this happen? Why is it that when someone died, someone else charged in? What are the restrictions? Everyone else on the scene stopped, not daring to rush into the vortex. An old man with a head full of white hair appeared in front of the vortex and carefully observed it. And MBSB. Everyone recognized that he was a core elder of the Great Sun Mansion. The white-haired old man carefully observed it. After a while he said, "If I'm not wrong, this place should be covered with inscriptions of time." Chapter 275. Hell of Slaughter. What? Time-type inscription? Everyone was shocked. The inscription of time was a supreme inscription, and it was extremely difficult to master. According to this old man's guess, this place has an age limit. If you exceed a certain age, you will be killed by the inscription formation in the vortex. The white-haired old man said. Then how many years can it take to enter and how many years can it not? Someone asked. The world is divided by the age of 30. Those under 30 are the younger generation, which is the golden age for cultivation. Therefore, I speculate that those under 30 can enter this place, and those above 30 can't. The white-haired old man said. 30 years old? I've already surpassed it. I'm just 31 years old. How unlucky. Many of those who were over 30 years old had a dejected look on their faces, and cried out their bad luck. As for those who were below 30 years old, they revealed a look of joy. The stronger their cultivation base, the happier they were. Since the older generation could not enter, those with higher cultivation would naturally have the advantage. How could they not be happy? Charge! Immediately, some young men under the age of 30 rushed forward. As expected, they were fine and disappeared into the vortex one by one. Ha ha ha. Ants like you also want to compete with me. Yang Liuji laughed arrogantly. He was the only genius on the Cloud Emperor ranking list who came here. Who could compete with him? He stepped into the vortex and disappeared. The other young men also rushed in like bees. Lu Ming estimated that there were at least thousands of people. During this period, there were also those over 30 who didn't believe in luck and wanted to take a risk, but they were all killed by the inscription formation. After that, no one else above the age of 30 dared to try again. Let's go in as well. Lu Ming said to Xian Yanqing. Xian Yanqing nodded and charged into the vortex with Lu Ming. As he rushed into the vortex, he felt his head spin. The next moment, Lu Ming found himself standing at the foot of a mountain. In front of him was a vast mountain. Xian Yanqing was right beside him. Not only that, but everyone seemed to have gathered at the foot of the mountain. At a glance, it was full of people. Boom! Suddenly, not far from Lu Ming, a great battle broke out. The people who had entered this place came from various forces. Some people already had enmity with each other, so it was very normal for a battle to break out when they met. A moment later, a young man was killed with a scream. However, at this moment, a change occurred. Inscriptions suddenly appeared in the sky and wrapped around the young man who had been killed. The next moment, a shocking scene appeared. The blood and essence of the young man's body were all extracted. Under the effect of the inscriptions, It turned into a blood-red crystal and fell to the ground. Are these blood-refining crystals? It's blood-refining crystals. It's true. I have them on me. What? It's unbelievable that a dead person would be refined into a blood-refining crystal. The entire place burst into an earth-shattering uproar. Lu Ming was also shocked. The blood-refining crystal and the blood-refining pill had similar effects. They were both used by warriors to awaken their second bloodline. The effect of a blood refinement crystal was similar to a blood refinement pill. We'll know once we try. Suddenly, a cold shout rang out. A sun appeared in the crowd and exploded. Miserable screams rang out continuously as more than a dozen people were killed. The next moment, a large number of runes appeared in the sky and wrapped around the corpses. Then the blood of the corpses was extracted and refined into blood-refining crystals. It really was so. Many people gasped, and many people had bloodthirsty looks in their eyes. Kill! Kill! Immediately, someone roared and charged at the people around him. Not good, let's go. There were also people who shouted as they madly rushed towards the vast mountains. The scene was in chaos, and the smell of blood filled the air. Dense runes appeared in the sky, and the blood of those who were killed all turned into blood-refining crystals. Kill! There were also people who charged at Lu Ming. Lu Ming swept out his long spear and clashed with the other party. The other party was forced back. Xian Yanqing, let's go. We'll rush into those mountains. Lu Ming shouted. There were too many geniuses who had entered this time. Most of them were young experts from the Blood Zhao Empire. There were many young experts in the martial ancestor realm. With Lu Ming's combat strength, he could only be ranked in the middle, and had to retreat for the time being. The two of them rushed towards the vast mountain with all their might. Not long after, they rushed into the mountain and continued to run towards the depths of the mountain. Behind them, there were people continuously rushing into the mountain. Thousands of people were scattered in the vast mountains. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing ran for more than 200 miles before they stopped. For the next period of time, this place will become a hell of slaughter. Lu Ming said softly. One could imagine how crazy it was to turn someone's life into blood-refining crystals. The youths who entered would definitely hunt each other down. Although the young martial ancestor realm experts did not have any use for blood-refining crystals, they could still sell them for a shocking price. Lu Ming, we have to break through to the martial ancestor realm as soon as possible. Otherwise, we'll be in a very passive position. Xian Yanqing said. In this unfamiliar environment, they were facing strong enemies everywhere. The relationship between the two of them had unknowingly become closer. That's right, but it's not easy to make a breakthrough. Let's look around and see if there are any treasures. Lu Ming said. The two of them randomly chose a direction and ran forward. Whoosh! Whoosh! Suddenly, a sharp air-piercing sound was heard, and several sword chi flew toward the two of them. There was a sneak attack. Their expressions changed, and they dodged the attack. Then with a flash, 8 figures appeared and surrounded the two. You two are unlucky. Now turn into our blood-refining crystals. The leader of the 8 people, a young man, coldly said. This person was the strongest among the 8. The aura on his body was extremely thick, and he was an expert in the first realm of the martial ancestor realm. The other 7 were all 9th grade great martial masters. 6th senior brother, this woman is extremely beautiful. It's such a pity to kill her just like this. Why don't you let me play with her first before killing her? One of them was a short and chubby young man. He looked at Xian Yanqing with a perverted look in his eyes. His crotch was bulging. Fatso Lu, put away your perverted thoughts. What kind of place is this? Let's end this quickly, or else we won't even know how we died. The 6th brother scolded. The chunky young man laughed a few times, but when he looked at Xian Yanqing, the fire in his eyes grew stronger. He didn't notice the killing intent in Xian Yanqing's eyes. This fellow is really pitiful. Lu Ming shook his head. In his heart, he was already mourning for this fatty. He even dared to molest the little devil, Xian Yanqing. He was really looking for death. You're dead. As expected, Xian Yinqing's voice was cold. What? I'm dead? You want to kill me? Haha, what a joke. Didn't you see that my sixth senior brother is a martial grandmaster powerhouse? You are just a great martial master. You want to kill me in front of a martial grandmaster? What a joke. Ah, my precious. The chunky young man started to be arrogant, but before he could finish his words, he let out a shrill scream. According to the Nine Sons' Supreme Master, his first bloodline was awakened because of the Nine Dragons' blood essence. However, his second bloodline had nothing to do with the Nine Dragons' blood essence. It was his own bloodline that had awakened. Lu Ming's blood meridian was not too advanced. Lu Yao had deprived him of his blood meridian and awakened a fifth-level blood meridian. From this, it could be seen that Lu Ming's first blood meridian was not higher than the fifth level. Therefore, his second bloodline might not be too powerful, so he would need a large number of blood refinement pills and blood refinement crystals. The second bloodline was very special. Some people might not have even used a blood refining pill or other treasures to supplement their bloodline potential, but they could still awaken an extremely high-level bloodline. However, it was not absolute. The chances of awakening a high-level bloodline were much higher after taking blood refining pills or blood refining crystals. Half an hour later, the two of them appeared in front of a huge building that was 7 stories high. This building was shaped like a tower. In front of the tower stood more than 100 young men. They were facing each other and staring at the tower. The tower's door was tightly shut. I've tried it just now. This door is extremely heavy and can't be opened by one or several people. I suggest that we work together to open the door. As for the treasures inside, let's let strength speak for itself. A young man in a brocade robe called out. Who knows if you'll attack us when we open the door? I'm not at ease. A skinny monkey-like young man shouted. If you're still worried, you can get lost. The youth in the brocade robe was very domineering. You fuck. The skinny monkey-like young man's face turned ugly, but he didn't dare to refute. He wants the treasure but doesn't have the guts. He's destined to be a good-for-nothing with no future in his life. The youth in the brocade robe mocked. He then glanced at the others and said, How is it? Do you want to work together to open the tower's gate? All right, I agree to help you. I also agree. Almost everyone agreed. If he wanted to obtain the treasures inside, he had to open the door first. Attack together. The young man in the brocade robe shouted, and threw out a powerful punch. Attack. The others also made their moves. Suddenly, all kinds of sword chi, blade light, fist force, palm wind, and so on were blasted toward the tower's door. Boom, boom, boom. The building rumbled and light flickered. Finally, with a loud bang, the door was blasted open. Buzz. Woo. Immediately, dozens of people rushed towards the gate, afraid that the treasure would be taken away if they were a step slower. However, the next moment, a series of shrill screams rang out. There were dozens of people who had rushed into the gate, and at least 20 of them let out blood-curdling screams as their heads suddenly exploded. As for the other dozen or so people, they were all martial ancestor realm powerhouses. They were attacking their surroundings wildly, as if they were fighting something. Runes appeared in the sky, and the young men who were killed were all refined into blood-refining crystals. What's there? Someone shouted in fear outside the door. I don't know. I can't see clearly. It's too strange. I'd better not go in. Some people wanted to retreat. At that moment, the martial arts grandmaster powerhouses had already rushed in and disappeared. A type of blood-colored worm. Lu Ming's eyes were bright as he stared at the door. With his eyesight, he could still see the object of attack. It was a blood-red bug that was as thin as a hair and as large as a cicada. Its speed was so fast that it was invisible to the naked eye. Only a martial grandmaster would be able to discover it. This kind of blood cicada would cause one's head to explode as soon as it entered. Let's go in. The other martial arts grandmasters rushed in one after another. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing moved and followed the crowd. Buzz! As soon as he rushed in, a blood cicada shot at him. He swept out his spear and sent the blood cicada flying. Then he rushed in. Xian Yanqing was the same. He followed Lu Ming. Chapter 277. Yuan Ancient Spiritual Pill. After Lu Ming rushed in, he picked up a few blood-refining crystals. Nest, how come those two great martial masters are so powerful? Outside, the Grandmaster Realm warriors were dumbfounded. After Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing rushed in, they saw a wide staircase that led to the second floor. Without any hesitation, the two of them rushed up and found that there were empty shielaviers on the second floor. On the side of the shielaviers, there were a few dried corpses. It was obvious that they had been killed, and their blood had been extracted to form blood-refining crystals. It was obvious that everything here had been looted by the people who had rushed in first. Hurry up and go. Get lost. Die. You're the one who's going to die. The scene was in chaos. Everyone wanted to rush up, so it was naturally chaotic. 7 or 8 people were fighting. A young man wielding a battle-axe swung his axe at Lu Ming. His cultivation of the first level of the martial ancestor realm was revealed. You really think I'm a pushover? Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. He struck out a palm, and a huge palm print blasted toward the young man. Bang! The young man's bones were broken, and he was thrown back, but he didn't die, because he also cultivated an earth-level martial skill, which blocked part of the power of the palm of humanity. Even so, the other young powerhouses were shocked and looked at Lu Ming with fear. Where did such a powerful great martial master come from? I've seen all the strongest great martial masters in the Blood Zhao Empire, but there's no such person. Someone said with a grave expression. The others looked at Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing in fear. Lu Ming could not be bothered with them. He rushed to the third level with Xian Yanqing. The third floor also had a few shielaviers, and the items on the shielaviers had also been ransacked. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing did not stop at all. They continued to rush up. The fourth level, the fifth level, the sixth level. All the way to the sixth floor, the two of them were always a step slower than the others and were completely robbed. When he reached the sixth level, he heard the sound of intense fighting. The sound came from the seventh level. The two of them charged forward without hesitation. Boom! Boom! On the seventh floor, there were 6 youths engaged in an intense battle. One of them was the youth in the brocade robe. This person's cultivation was at the second level of the martial ancestor realm, and he was definitely a genius. As for the other 5, they were all at the peak of the One Dan martial ancestor realm. The battle was extremely intense. The 6 of them were in a chaotic mess, but it was obvious that the youth in the brocade robe had the advantage. On the 7th floor, there were only 2 shielaviers with some jade bottles on them. On the shelf it was written, Yuan Ancient Panaceas, medium lever for elixir. Lu Ming's heart trembled. Then his eyes emitted a shocking glow. The Yuan Ancient Spiritual Pill was a medium lever 4 pill. It could increase one's cultivation very quickly. For a martial arts grandmaster, it was very useful. In the outside world, the price of the Yuan Ancient Panaceas was astonishingly high, and there was often a demand but no supply. I must get some. This way, my cultivation will reach the peak of the 9th grade Grandmaster realm in a short time. Then, I'll consume the blood refinement pills and blood refinement crystals to refine my bloodline and break through to the martial ancestor realm. Lu Ming's mind was racing. In this place, Lu Ming had no time to devour the blood essence of others. The blood essence of the warriors who died in battle had all been condensed into blood-refining crystals. Without devouring the blood essence, Lu Ming's cultivation level could not be improved in a short time. The Yuan Ancient Spiritual Pill appeared at the right time. You guys want to fight with me? You're looking for death. The young man in the brocade robe shouted. His eyes were like lightning, and his body emitted a strong purple light. He struck out with his palm, and it was a purple palm print. It was extremely powerful, and the other young men all retreated. Zisong, there are so many people here. How is it possible for you to take the Yuan ancient panaceas for yourself? Another young man called out. Oh really? Then I'll kill you first. Extreme purple golden dragon palm. Zisong let out a long roar. The purple light on his body was extremely dense. When it reached a certain level, the purple light actually turned into gold. He struck out a palm and a golden true dragon roared out. Bang! The young man was knocked away by the golden dragon. He coughed out a mouthful of blood and his aura was extremely weak. His eyes were filled with horror. Is it possible now? Zisong looked at the young man coldly, then looked at the others. The other 4 young men's expressions changed. Hurry up and get lost. If you don't, you'll end up like him. Zisong's aura was overbearing as he coldly looked at the others. Zisong, there are 4 of us. We might not be afraid of you even if we work together. A tall young man said unwillingly. As for Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing, he had completely ignored them. Boom! As soon as the tall youth finished speaking, Zisong struck out a palm and a golden dragon rushed out. With a scream, the young man was torn in half by the golden dragon. His blood essence and blood were condensed into 16 blood refining crystals, which were put away by Zisong. You still want to join forces? This is the end. Zisong sneered. The remaining 3 people were extremely shocked. Zisong was too powerful. They were no match for him when he used his ultimate move. They looked at each other and finally retreated from the 6th floor unwillingly. Aren't you two going to get lost? Zisong looked at Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing. Get lost? Get lost and let me see. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Instantly Zisong's face darkened and he said, Kid, do you know the consequences of your words? Now even if you want to leave, you can't. 2 mere great martial masters want to get their hands on the Yuan ancient panaceas? You're really delusional, and don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Zisong looked down at Lu Ming from above and walked toward him. Brat, do you want to kill yourself or do you want me to do it? If I do it, you won't die so easily. Also, little girl, if you swear to be my concubine and serve me well for the rest of your life, I'll let you go. Zisong looked at Xian Yanqing with a burning gaze. Xian Yanqing's looks were indeed rare in the world. Any man who saw him would be moved. Do you think trash like you is worthy? Xian Yanqing sneered. Since you refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit, then I'll send you both on your way together. Zisong's body burst out with cold killing intent, and he slapped his palm at Lu Ming. A purple palm print surged over. Lu Ming's eyes flickered and he also struck out with his palm. The human Dao palm was formed. Boom. The 2 palm prints collided with a loud boom. Lu Ming's figure swayed slightly, while Zisong took 3 steps back before he could stabilize himself. At this moment, his face revealed a look of disbelief. A mere 9th grade great martial master could actually push him back with 1 palm. How was this possible? Then an extremely cold killing intent burst out. He roared, damn it, go to hell. The purple light on Zisong's body was extremely dense. Then it turned golden. He struck out with his palm and a golden true dragon pounced out. The golden true dragon's body was fused with a powerful Shi. Zisong's Shi was also very strong and had reached the small success stage. Chapter 278. 50 Super Rookies of Blood Jiao. Human Dao Palm. Lu Ming shouted and struck out with his palm again. Lu Ming had used all his strength and integrated the power of wind and fire into this palm. Boom! The palm of People Dao clashed with the golden dragon. A violent explosion was heard. Following that, the People Dao palm print shattered inch by inch. A terrifying force surged towards Lu Ming, and he could not help but retreat. Zisong's combat strength was indeed extremely powerful. Lu Ming realized that as his cultivation level increased, the opponents he faced would also become stronger. When he was facing these young martial arts grandmasters, his advantage in many aspects was no longer as obvious. Almost all of these young martial grandmaster powerhouses had cultivated earth-rank martial arts techniques and comprehended force. Moreover, they had all mastered it. Although Lu Ming had a slight advantage in martial arts techniques and force, it was not big. Also, how could a martial grandmaster's cultivation technique be a yellow-grade cultivation technique? It was usually a black-grade upper-level cultivation technique, and it was not surprising that some people even cultivated an earth-grade cultivation technique. The higher the level of the cultivation technique, the thicker and more condensed the true qi cultivated would be. It was impossible for Lu Ming's essential qi to be 5 times more than these people. Therefore, his advantage was further reduced. It was even more difficult to fight above one's level. That was why Lu Ming was forced to retreat by Zisong. However, he did not know that Zisong was even more shocked. He was a peerless genius, not an ordinary second-grade martial arts grandmaster. He found it unbelievable that his full-powered palm strike only forced Lu Ming back and did not kill him. Kill. This brat's talent is even higher than mine. He can't be allowed to live in this world. Zisong roared in his heart and charged at Lu Ming again. Chi. At this moment, Xian Yanqing also made his move. Black lotus flowers formed around her. The black petals danced and enveloped Zisong. At the same time, she waved her palms and a black palm print whistled out. Bitch, you're looking for death. Die. Zisong shouted as he directed a portion of his power at Xian Yanqing. Boom. Immediately, the 3 of them engaged in a great battle. Xian Yanqing's combat strength was also extremely shocking. He was not any weaker than Lu Ming. The 2 of them joined forces and were evenly matched with Zisong. Zisong's face was extremely gloomy. The more the battle, the more frightened he was. The 3 of them fought, and their energy shot out in all directions. However, inscriptions appeared on the walls of the 7th floor, which absorbed most of the force. Otherwise, those Yuan ancient panaceas would have been shattered. In the blink of an eye, more than 50 moves had been exchanged. On the 6th floor, the 3 first-level martial arts grandmaster youths stood there. As they heard the violent boom coming from the 7th floor, the 3 of them looked at each other. Who was Zisong fighting with? Could it be the 9th-grade Great Martial Master Realm couple from before? But how was that possible? 2 9th-grade Great Martial Master Realm cultivators were able to fight Zisong to such an extent? Then what were they? Trash. They were in disbelief. But other than the young man and woman, there was no one else on top. The 3 of them decided to wait on the 6th floor. Die. Zisong roared angrily. The golden light around his body was boiling and extremely dense. He roared in his heart and wanted to kill Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing, but he could not do it. After a while, the golden light on Zisong's body began to dissipate rapidly. Damn it. You 2 bastards, you bastard couple, just you wait. I, Zisong, swear I'm not a human if I don't kill you. Zisong bellowed in anger and waved his palm a few times, blocking Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing's attacks. Then he ran towards the 6th floor and disappeared from the stairs in an instant. He had used up a lot of his essential qi to maintain the golden light. He could not hold on any longer and could only run. Otherwise, he would be killed by Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing. On the 6th floor, the 3 young men were waiting. Suddenly, they saw Zisong rushing down from the 7th floor at top speed. He ran down in a hurry. The 3 young men were stunned. Could it be that Zisong has been defeated? The 3 young men looked at each other and gasped. Then, without any hesitation, they ran. On the 7th floor, Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing scanned their surroundings. There were 2 shilavirs in total, and each of them was filled with jade bottles, all of which were Yuan ancient panaceas. Let's split it half each. Lu Ming smiled and walked to one of the shilavirs while Xian Yanqing walked to the other. Lu Ming took a glance and calculated that there were 49 jade bottles in total. Lu Ming picked up a jade bottle. As soon as he opened it, he could smell a strong medicinal fragrance. In the jade bottle, there were 9 round milky white pills. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He waved his hand and kept all the jade bottles into the supreme shrine. On the other side, Xian Yanqing also put away the Yuan ancient panaceas with a smile on his face. With these Yuan ancient panaceas, I will be able to reach the martial arts grandmaster realm very soon. At that time, I will definitely trample you under my feet. Xian Yanqing looked at Lu Ming and said fiercely. Lu Ming was speechless. Why did this girl keep thinking about this? Immediately, Xian Yanqing led the way and walked down. Lu Ming smiled and followed closely behind. After going downstairs, there was no one on the lower floors. When the two of them left the pavilion, they found that the people outside had also left. No one knew how long they could stay in this secret realm, and no one was willing to waste time. Since this place was not suitable, they would definitely find another place. The two of them left the pavilion, randomly chose a direction, and ran at top speed. They wanted to find a secluded place to consume the Yuan ancient panaceas and improve their cultivation. Half an hour later, the two of them passed by a dilapidated palace. Hurry up and run. Zhao Hong, one of the 50 super rookies of the Blood Zhao Empire, is inside. A terrified shout came from the old palace. Immediately, more than 20 young men ran out of the dilapidated palace in horror. Die, die. A cold shout full of killing intent came from the dilapidated palace, and then a terrifying saber light burst out. Ah! Ah! Miserable shrieks were heard continuously. More than 20 young men had been killed by this blade. Runes filled the air as blood-refining crystals were formed. A young man with disheveled hair and a long blade on his back stepped forward. With a wave of his hand, he collected all the blood-refining crystals and looked forward. A sharp killing intent filled the air. 1,000 meters away, Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing's expressions changed. Let's go. Lu Ming shouted, and left the place with Xian Yanqing. This young man was too strong. He was not someone the two of them could fight against. The Blood Zhao's 50 super rookies were geniuses on the same level as the Scorching Sun's 6 heroes. Zhao Hong's eyes flickered as he watched Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing leave. He did not pursue them. Instead, he turned around and entered the dilapidated palace. 50 miles away, screams came from a valley. It's Duanling, one of the 9 heroes of the Dark Moon Empire. Don't kill me, he said. The next moment, a shocking sword chi burst out of the valley. More than a dozen young experts were killed by the sword and turned into blood-refining crystals. Regardless of whether it was the first or second martial ancestor realm, none of them could escape the fate of death. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing, who saw the scene from afar, did not stop at all. They turned and left. A few hundred miles away from Lu Ming and the rest, Yang Liuji laughed out loud in the ruins. Around him, there were at least 50 corpses of young men lying there, their blood chi condensed into blood-refining crystals. In the secret realm, there was killing at all times. Only the strong could survive and seize opportunities. Chapter 279, Beginning to Improve. An hour later, the two of them appeared in a secluded valley. This place was very remote and deserted. It was a good place to cultivate. Without saying anything, the two of them sat down cross-legged, took out the Yuan ancient panaceas, and began to cultivate. He took out a jade bottle and opened the cap. Immediately, a medicinal fragrance filled the air. The Yuan ancient spiritual pill was a medium lever 4 medicinal pill. It was of great help to a martial arts grandmaster and was priceless. Lu Ming poured out one pill and swallowed it. In an instant, a powerful devouring force came from the 9 dragons' bloodline. The medicinal power of the Yuan ancient spirit pill was continuously devoured and refined. Before long, the medicinal effects of the pill were completely refined. Lu Ming felt that his cultivation level had increased by a level. The medicinal power of a Yuan ancient spiritual pill was at least dozens of times that of a class 9 lever 3 demonic pill. At this moment, Lu Ming opened his eyes and looked at Xian Yanqing. He gasped when he saw the huge black lotus floating above Xian Yanqing's head. This was obviously Xian Yanqing's bloodline. However, there were 9 blood-red chakra rings shining around the black lotus. It was a breathtaking sight. A 9th level bloodline. Xian Yanqing's bloodline had actually reached the 9th level. How terrifying. Xian Yanqing had not broken through to Grandmaster, and awakened his second bloodline. In other words, her first bloodline had reached level 9. This little demoness bloodline is terrifyingly high. No wonder her combat strength is so strong. She's a true genius. Lu Ming sighed secretly. To be honest, this was the first time he had seen Xian Yanqing's bloodline. Her first bloodline has already reached ordinary level 9. I wonder what level her second bloodline will be. Lu Ming could not help but look forward to it. Lu Ming continued to refine the primordial spirit pill. The surging energy was constantly transformed into essential qi. Lu Ming's cultivation level was improving rapidly. Soon, the bottle of pills was refined and Lu Ming's cultivation was approaching the middle 9th grade Great Martial Master realm. Continue to refine the goo. Half a day later, Lu Ming had refined Tulivir bottles of pills in a row, and his cultivation had risen to the peak of the 9th grade Great Master realm. At the same time, Xian Yanqing's cultivation had also reached the peak of 9th grade Great Martial Master. After reaching the peak of the 9th grade Great Martial Master realm, one could start to take blood refinement pills and blood refinement crystals to condense a second bloodline and accumulate energy for the awakening of the second bloodline. This process was known as blood solidification, also known as half grandmaster. During the blood solidification process, his blood qi was exuberant and even stronger than a peak 9th grade Great Martial Master. A blood refining crystal appeared in Xian Yanqing's hand and she swallowed it. Immediately, her spine emitted a strong blood-red light. Lu Ming did not waste any time. He also took out a blood-refining crystal and swallowed it. As soon as the blood-refining crystal entered his mouth, it turned into blood qi energy, which was absorbed by his spine, and began to condense under the first bloodline. A blood-red light began to appear in that place. As the blood qi poured in, it slowly became brighter. In a few breaths, the blood qi of a blood-refining crystal was completely absorbed. Lu Ming took out a few at once and swallowed them in one go. The blood-red light on his spine grew larger and brighter. Very soon, the dozens of blood-refining crystals that Lu Ming had obtained were all used up. Then he made a grabbing motion in the air, and a bunch of blood refinement pills appeared. He stuffed them into his mouth. After a while, he grabbed another handful. At this moment, he suddenly realized that there was someone in front of him, and he couldn't help but open his eyes. He saw a pair of bright eyes staring at him in surprise. It was Xian Yanqing. "What are you doing, Nest? I'm scared to death." Lu Ming shouted. Xian Yanqing blinked his big eyes and asked, "You have blood refinement pills? How many do you have left?" "I do have blood refinement pills." "How many are none of your business?" Lu Ming said. "Can you give me some?" Xian Yanqing stammered, as if he found it difficult to speak. "I won't give it to you. I'll give it to you so that you can break through and step on me in the future." Lu Ming firmly rejected the idea. Do you think that I can't step on you if you don't give me the blood refinement pill?" Xian Yanqing snorted and gritted his teeth, revealing a few white teeth. Then he turned around and walked to the side. However, in less than a minute, she came back and stared at Lu Ming with her big eyes. "What do you want now?" Lu Ming asked, feeling speechless. "I'll buy it. I'll buy the blood refinement pill from you, okay? How many crystals do you want? You can also use treasures to exchange for it." Xian Yanqing said. "Oh, using treasures to exchange? That's fine. How about this? I'll tell you a few treasures, and if you have them, I'll exchange them." Lu Ming said. "All right, go ahead." Xian Yanqing said. Mysterious Yang Spirit, 10 square bone banner. Lu Ming listed 5 types of treasures in a row. These 5 heavenly materials and earthly treasures were all required to cultivate the 5th stage of the true war dragon technique. Unfortunately, Su and Xian Yanqing both shook their heads, indicating that they didn't. "If you don't have it, how can you exchange it? How about this? Give me some dragon essence or dragon essence, and I can exchange it with you." Lu Ming pursed his lips. "I don't have dragon essence or dragon essence, but I do have a flood dragon bone bead. What do you think?" Xian Yanqing asked hopefully. "What? Flood dragon bone bead? You really have one? Why don't you take it out and have a look? Lu Ming said anxiously. Xian Yinqing's palm glowed, and the next moment, a fiery red bone bead the size of a baby's fist appeared in his palm. It's really a water dragon's bone bead. And it's a fire water dragon's bone bead. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Cultivating the true war dragon technique didn't necessarily require those materials. There were still some substitutes, but these substitutes were more precious. For example, the items on the true dragon's body were all priceless treasures. Having just one of them would allow the true war dragon technique to break through. Although flood dragons weren't true dragons, they had the bloodline of true dragons and were extremely rare mutants. They also had some functions. Lu Ming had only mentioned it casually. He did not expect Xian Yinqing to really have such a treasure. Let me see. Lu Ming took the water dragon bone bead and studied it carefully. The flood dragon that produced this bone bead has a very profound cultivation base. As long as I have this bone bead and another material, I can successfully break through to the 5th stage of the true war dragon technique. Lu Ming thought in his heart. How is it? I'll exchange it for 2,000 blood refinement pills from you. Xian Yinqing said. 2,000? You wish you're asking for too much. Lu Ming was shocked and shouted. This is a water dragon bone pearl. I spent a lot of money to get it. 2,000 blood refinement pills is not a lot. Xian Yinqing said. 500. Lu Ming said. What? Aren't you cutting too much? 1,500 no less. Xian Yinqing said through gritted teeth. 800 no more. Lu Ming's lips trembled. 1,200. 900. Oh. 1,000 blood refinement pills. I can't go any lower. If you go any lower, I won't trade anymore. Xian Yinqing said viciously. Good. Deal. Lu Ming agreed with a look of heartache. Chapter 280. Chapter 280 Burial Ground. He took out 1,000 blood refinement pills and exchanged them for the dragon bone bead with Xian Yinqing. Xian Yinqing happily ran to the side to refine it. Lu Ming observed the water dragon's bone pearl and was overjoyed. He kept it and continued to consume the blood refinement pills. 2 days later, the remaining blood refinement pills were all refined by Lu Ming. A blood-red glow shot up from Lu Ming's spine. However, Lu Ming was not in a hurry to break through to the martial arts grandmaster realm. He felt that it was not enough. He still needed to continue refining treasures such as blood refinement pills and blood refinement crystals. At this moment, Xian Yinqing was sitting cross-legged. The blood-red glow on his spine was even thicker than Lu Ming's, and there was a terrifying fluctuation. He did not refine as many blood refinement pills as Lu Ming, but his energy fluctuations were stronger than Lu Ming's. This was due to his talent. After a while, the blood light disappeared and a terrifying fluctuation was hidden. Xian Yinqing opened his eyes. Do you have any more blood refinement pills? Xian Yinqing asked the first question after finishing his cultivation. Lu Ming spread his hands. I don't have any more. I think it's too little. Then go and kill them. The others must have a lot of blood refining crystals. Xian Yinqing's eyes flashed with a cold light. Just what I wanted. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Then the two of them left the place, chose a direction and ran away. 2 hours later, the two of them stopped at a barren mountain. The two of them felt that the second bloodline that had not been awakened was throbbing, as if it was attracted by something. Over there. The two of them headed in that direction. 10 miles away, a boundless stone forest appeared. Stone pillars stood tall and upright. These stone pillars were carved into various shapes, such as tigers, lions, and walevers. There were even carvings of humans, true dragons, and so on. Buzz. Buzz. Many figures appeared in the surroundings and quickly rushed toward the stone forest. Boom. Boom. In the stone forest, there were constant rumbles. It was obvious that someone was fighting. Lu Ming and Xian Yinqing looked at each other and rushed toward the stone forest. Die. At the side, a first-level martial arts grandmaster youth charged towards Lu Ming and was pierced through the heart by Lu Ming's spear. The young man's eyes were wide open in disbelief even as he died. Lu Ming was now infinitely close to becoming a martial arts grandmaster. He could be considered half a step away from becoming a grandmaster. He was much stronger than before. Lu Ming could kill an ordinary first-level martial arts grandmaster in one move. As soon as the young man died, his blood, qi, and essence were all condensed into blood-refining crystals. There were 16 of them, and Lu Ming collected them. At the same time, essential qi gushed out and Lu Ming took the young man's storage ring. As they continued to move forward, many people wanted to attack Lu Ming and Xian Yinqing along the way, but they were all killed mercilessly by the two of them. The combination of my wind and fire force is extremely powerful, but it's only a combination and can't be completely fused. If the two forces can be completely fused, the power will be even more shocking. But how can I completely fuse the two types of shi? If it works, then it'll be my trump card. As Lu Ming fought, he was thinking. Soon, the two of them had covered a distance of 10 miles, and the attraction to the bloodline was even stronger. Not long after, a pit appeared in front of them. All kinds of patterns were engraved around the pit. The two of them walked into the pit, and immediately felt their blood run cold. In the pit, there were piles of white bones of all kinds of creatures, human-shaped, and demonic beasts. Between the bones, there were blood-red crystals that gave off a blood-red glow. Blood-refining crystals. They were all blood-refining crystals. The thing that attracted their bloodline was the blood-refining crystal. This wasn't left behind in the present, but in ancient times. This place is a burial ground, and it's also a place for ancient sacrificial offerings. Xian Yinqing seemed to be talking to himself as his voice trembled. Blood-refining crystals. They're blood-refining crystals. These are all mine. Many figures appeared in the surroundings, their eyes burning with fire as they looked down. Yours? You're looking for death. You're the one who's going to die. Whoosh! A few figures jumped into the pit and started fighting in the air. At this moment, Ku Luming and Xian Yinqing had also jumped into the pit. Immediately, someone attacked him. Bang! Lu Ming cast a human path palm print and smashed the first-level martial arts grandmaster into a meat patty, which was then condensed into a blood-refining crystal in the air. Xian Yinqing was also extremely powerful. A black lotus flew out and beheaded a first-level martial ancestor realm expert. As soon as the two of them landed, their true energy gushed out and swept away the blood-refining crystals. In just a few breaths, Lu Ming had collected hundreds of blood-refining crystals. There were still many of them as far as the eye could see. Some of them were even buried in the bone banner. Keep. Lu Ming and Xian Yinqing collected them to their heart's content. Detestable. When the others saw this, their eyes turned red. They all stopped and rushed down to fight for the blood-refining crystals. Wang. At this time, a blade light suddenly slashed down from above. Screams rang out as 5 or 6 young men were killed in one strike. Then, a young man with disheveled hair and a saber on his back appeared above the pit. Zhaohong, it's Zhaohong. Hurry up and run. The remaining people were shocked and quickly flew into the sky, wanting to escape. However, the next moment, a saber light flashed, and those people were all cut in half in the air. Die. Zhaohong glanced at Lu Ming and Xian Yinqing in the pit, and then slashed down. The blade light was pale and the killing intent was as cold as the winter snow, enveloping the two of them. Human Dao Palm. Great Demonic Palm. Lu Ming and Xian Yinqing shouted and joined forces to fight the enemy. In the face of such a strong enemy, there was no need to hesitate. They could only join forces. Boom. With a loud boom, Lu Ming and Xian Yinqing retreated backward. Zhao Hong's gaze flickered and he was slightly surprised. I didn't expect 2 great martial masters to be able to block my blade. It's rare in this world. But today you'll still die. Boom! A powerful aura burst out from Zhao Hong's body, and a saber light shot up into the sky like a waterfall. Slash! Then he slashed down. Retreat! Lu Ming and Xian Yinqing did not even think and immediately retreated. Bang! Zhao Hong's blade slashed at the thousands of bones in the pit. The bones instantly shattered and shot out in all directions. Blood-refining crystals flew into the sky and then fell back down. Roar! At this moment, a change occurred. From the pit, under the thousands of white bones, a shocking roar suddenly came out. A terrifying, baleful aura surged out from under the white bones. Bang! Then, the white bones in the pit exploded, and a living being rushed out. This living being had a human form, and was 3 meters tall. It was covered in green hair, had long and sharp nails, and had fangs in its mouth. Blood corpse. This living being was exactly the same as the blood corpse that Lu Ming and the rest had encountered in the Blood Realm's demonic cave. The only difference was that this blood corpse's eyes were golden, and the aura it gave off was much stronger than the blood corpses he had encountered in the Blood Realm and Devil's Denver. A fiendish aura filled the air. Roar! As soon as the golden-eyed blood corpse appeared, it pounced towards Zhao Hong. Its claws were as sharp as blades as it tried to grab Zhao Hong. Chapter 281. I'm a proud son of the heavens. You're looking for death. Die. Zhao Hong shouted coldly as he slashed out with his blade. A sharp blade light slashed towards the golden-eyed blood corpse. Clang! The knife light and the nail collided, making a sound of metal clashing and sparks flying. Bang! A figure flew far away. It was Zhao Hong. He was no match for the golden-eyed blood zombie, and was sent flying by its claw. Roar! The golden-eyed blood corpse roared and continued to chase after Zhao Hong. Its speed was as fast as lightning. Zhao Hong's expression was extremely unsightly. Blood was flowing out of the corner of his mouth. He had been injured by that move just now. At this moment, the golden-eyed blood zombie pounced on him. He did not dare to continue fighting. He turned and ran. The direction he ran in was the direction of Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing. Not good, let's go. Lu Ming's expression changed. He and Xian Yanqing turned around and ran. You two still dare to run? Stop quickly and help me stall this blood corpse. If you die in the hands of a blood corpse, you'll die a happy death, but if you fall into my hands, I'll make you beg for death. Zhao Hong shouted coldly in an overbearing manner. What do you mean by one of the 50 super rookies of the Blood Zhao Empire? I think he's a complete idiot. Little Qing, what do you think? Lu Ming said in a disdainful tone. Xian Yanqing stumbled and almost fell. What did Lu Ming just call her? Little Qing. Xian Yanqing's eyes glowed viciously as he glared at Lu Ming. Little Qing, is that guy an idiot? Lu Ming pretended not to know and continued to ask. Yes. Xian Yanqing gritted his teeth, and only managed to spit out one word after a long time. Lu Ming was clearly taking advantage of her. You're looking for death. Zhao Hong bellowed, and was about to release his essential qi to slash at Lu Ming. However, his speed slowed down as he gathered his essential qi. The golden-eyed blood zombie caught up and slashed at him. Qi-la. Even though Zhao Hong had escaped quickly, a piece of cloth was still caught. The piece of cloth that was caught happened to be on Zhao Hong's butt. Immediately, half of Zhao Hong's Snow White butt was exposed. Ah! Zhao Hong screamed and jumped forward as if he had been electrocuted. Only then did he escape the danger of being torn apart by the claw. However, the next moment he felt a chill on his butt. He turned his head and roared. Hey, why is that guy running in such a strange way? He keeps looking at his butt. Is he sick? Lu Ming's eyes were sharp. He noticed Zhao Hong's strange behavior and muttered. Zhao Hong's face was flushed red. His killing intent towards Lu Ming was so strong that it could not be dispersed. He frantically chased after Lu Ming and the golden-eyed blood corpse. Zhao Hong's speed was extremely fast, and he was about to catch up to Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing. Ha ha ha, go to hell, kid. With a beauty accompanying you, you won't be lonely on the road to hell. Zhao Hong sneered. His essential qi burst forth and he increased his speed to the maximum. He flew over the heads of Lu Ming and Su Lingyue arrogantly. Behind them, the golden-eyed blood corpse roared and glared at Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing with murderous intent. What? At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly felt that the demon-suppressing seal given to him by the Nine Suns Supreme was glowing faintly. Could it be that after the demon-suppressing token subdued the blood demon, it still has the energy to subdue this golden-eyed blood corpse? Lu Ming had a thought. I don't care, I'll give it a try. Lu Ming suddenly stopped in his tracks. The demon-suppressing token had unknowingly appeared in his hands. Lu Ming, why did you stop? Xian Yanqing was shocked. However, Lu Ming only smiled at her and did not explain. Damn it, Lu Ming. You can't die before I trample you under my feet. Xian Yanqing gritted his teeth and stopped as well. He stood beside Lu Ming. Ha ha ha, these two bastards are probably scared silly. Zhao Hong ran madly, and only stopped when he was 10 miles away. He stood high in the sky and looked from afar. Roar! The golden-eyed blood zombie roared angrily, and was about to grab Lu Ming with its claws. Stop! The demon-suppressing token in Lu Ming's hand glowed, and an invisible wave rushed toward the golden-eyed blood corpse. At the same time, Lu Ming shouted in his heart, and turned into an invisible wave that rushed into the body of the golden-eyed blood corpse. All of this happened in silence. Even Xian Yanqing, who was standing beside him, didn't notice it. At this moment, Xian Yanqing's body was already covered in black lotus flowers. His true qi was at its maximum, ready to fight to the death. But suddenly, the golden-eyed blood corpse stopped and let out a low roar. It didn't continue to attack. I've succeeded. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Let's go back. Lu Ming gave another order in his heart. The next moment, the golden-eyed blood corpse growled in a low voice. It turned around and ran back. Then it jumped into the pit and disappeared. Xian Yanqing was dumbfounded. His eyes widened and he said, what's going on? Ha ha ha, little Qing, can't you tell? I, Lu Ming, am blessed by the heavens. What golden-eyed blood corpse? If it doesn't run away obediently when it sees me, it won't dare to attack me. Lu Ming laughed maniacally, looking like a smug and narcissistic person. Tisk. Xian Yanqing looked at him with disdain. He did not believe Lu Ming's nonsense at all. Then he gritted his teeth and said, Lu Ming, I'm warning you. Don't call me Xiaoqing. All right, little Qing. Lu Ming answered. You. Xian Yanqing gritted his teeth. He wanted to bite Lu Ming. In the distant sky, Zhao Hong was also dumbfounded. What's going on? Why didn't the golden-eyed blood corpse attack those two? Zhao Hong's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Does it mean that the golden-eyed blood corpse won't attack if I admit defeat? Zhao Hong's imagination ran wild. However, he didn't dare to move forward for a while. The golden-eyed blood corpse was too strong. In a head-on battle, he would be killed in a few moves. In the stone forest, Lu Ming glanced at Zhao Hong, who was in the distance. He sneered and said to Xian Yanqing, Let's go. There are still so many blood-refining crystals left. Let's take them all. You're still going? Aren't you afraid of the golden-eyed blood corpse? Xian Yanqing hesitated. What are you afraid of? I told you, I'm protected by the heavens. When the golden-eyed blood corpse sees me, it can't wait to run away. It won't dare to attack me. Don't worry, I'm here, it'll be fine. Lu Ming was full of nonsense, and he strode forward proudly. Xian Yanqing gritted his teeth and followed Lu Ming. When the two of them arrived at the pit, the golden-eyed blood corpse was still motionless. There was a smile on Lu Ming's face. He was not worried at all. He jumped into the pit and started to collect the blood-refining crystals. Seeing this, Xian Yanqing also felt relieved. For some reason, he suddenly believed Lu Ming's words a little. Bah, how is that possible? This guy is full of lies. Xian Yanqing shook his head and began to collect blood-refining crystals. I'm fine, I'm really fine. In the distance, Zhao Hong's mouth was so wide open that a goose egg could be stuffed in it when he saw this scene. Should I go over there and kill those two and take the blood-refining crystals? No, I'm a genius with a bright future. How can I take risks so easily? I'll wait until those two guys have collected all the blood-refining crystals and come out. Then, I'll kill them and the blood-refining crystals will be mine. Zhao Hong calculated, and was no longer in a hurry. He waited in the air. Collect, collect, collect. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing were extremely excited. A moment later, the two of them had collected more than 3,000 blood refining crystals each. At this time, the blood refining crystals in the pit were finally finished. Chapter 282. The Sullen Zhaohong. What do we do? That guy is waiting for us outside. No matter which direction we go, he will probably chase us. Xian Yanqing looked up at the sky and frowned. Why do we have to go out? We can just cultivate here. Lu Ming smiled faintly. He leaped onto the pit and sat cross-legged at the side. Cultivate here. Xian Yanqing was in disbelief. Trust me. Lu Ming's voice was transmitted to Xian Yanqing. Xian Yanqing was skeptical. However, on second thought, Lu Ming had never been at a disadvantage before. Perhaps he really had a way. Gritting his teeth, Xian Yanqing decided to go all out. He sat down cross-legged, took out a handful of blood-refining crystals, swallowed them, and began refining them. Lu Ming laughed and took a look at the sky. He took out a handful of blood-refining crystals and swallowed them, starting to refine them. In the sky, Zhaohong was dumbfounded. He's actually refining blood crystals here? Damn it, damn it. Zhaohong roared in his heart, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. In his opinion, all the blood-refining crystals here belonged to him. Now that Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing were refining his blood-refining crystals, it was a heinous crime. However, he was still hesitant and did not go over. Very soon, Lu Ming had refined a handful of blood-refining crystals, and took out another handful to refine. One after another, it did not take long for Lu Ming to refine hundreds of blood-refining crystals. Xian Yanqing was about the same. That golden-eyed blood corpse hasn't appeared yet, so it should be fine. Smash it and die. Zhaohong growled and flew toward Lu Ming. In a short while he was close to Lu Ming. Is it finally here? The corners of Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. He did not care and continued to cultivate. Xian Yanqing was shocked, and stood up to block. Little bastard, die. Die. Zhaohong roared, and was about to slash down with his saber. Roar. Suddenly, a loud roar came from the pit as the golden-eyed blood corpse charged out and attacked Zhaohong. Bang. Caught off guard, Zhaohong was hit by the golden-eyed blood zombie's claw. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his body flew far away. Roar. The golden-eyed blood corpse quickly charged toward Zhaohong. What's going on? How did this happen? Those two bastards have been here for so long, collecting refined blood crystals and refining them. The golden-eyed blood corpse didn't even rush out, so why did it rush out as soon as I arrived? I'm not convinced. Zhaohong roared in his heart. But he didn't dare to stay, so he turned and ran. The golden-eyed blood zombie clawed at Zhaohong's pants, leaving a huge hole in his pants. Zhaohong's Snow White but was writhing in the air. Hey, your butt is out again, haha? Why did I say again? Lu Ming laughed heartily. Xian Yanqing's face turned red. He snorted and turned around. Zhaohong let out a long cry. His hair was in a mess and his aura was shocking. However, he was met with the claw of the golden-eyed blood corpse. Buzz. The claw ray swept past and left 5 wounds on Zhaohong's body. It was as if he had been cut by a blade, and blood was dripping from his body. Zhaohong spat out a mouthful of blood. He was already injured and his speed had decreased. He could no longer escape from the golden-eyed blood corpse. If we're going to die, we'll die together. Zhaohong howled and dashed toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming got up and looked at him with a faint smile. A scene that made Zhaohong vomit blood appeared. When the golden-eyed blood zombie rushed past Lu Ming, it did not even look at Lu Ming and continued to pursue him. Why? Zhaohong bellowed in anger. He was unwilling and confused. However, it was useless. The golden-eyed blood corpse quickly caught up to him. No matter how talented he was still torn in half by the golden-eyed blood corpse after a few moves. Zhaohong, one of the 50 super rookies of the Blood Zhao Empire, a genius on the same level as the Scorching Sun's 6 heroes, had died just like that in a state of unwillingness, doubt, and humiliation. His blood and essence were all converted into blood-refining crystals. 81 blood-refining crystals. Zhao Hong had refined a total of 81 blood-refining crystals. His second bloodline was a first-level king bloodline. Lu Ming kept all of them, including Zhao Hong's blood-refining crystals. Roar! The golden-eyed blood corpse growled and appeared beside Lu Ming. It stood there obediently. Xian Yinqing was dumbfounded. She stared at him for a while, and suddenly remembered that the powerful blood demon had also been obedient to Lu Ming. Lu Ming, do you have any way to subdue the demonic creature? Xian Yinqing asked. Didn't I already tell you? I'm a proud son of the heavens and am blessed by the heavens. These demonic creatures will naturally be submissive when they see me. Lu Ming had a smug look on his face. He sized up Xian Yinqing and said, How is it? Are you tempted? Why don't you be my bed-warming maid? If you follow me, you'll have endless benefits. Lu Ming had a smug look. Warm your head, humph. I guess you must have some kind of treasure that can subdue demons. No way one day. I will step on you. Xian Yinqing snorted coldly, turned his proud neck, and went to the side to refine the blood-refining crystals. Lu Ming chuckled and instructed the golden-eyed blood corpse to stand guard at the side. He then took out Zhao Hong's storage ring. Lu Ming put the rest aside and took out all the blood-refining crystals. There were more than 500 blood-refining crystals in Zhao Hong's storage ring. This meant that at least a few hundred young experts had died at Zhao Hong's hands. This time Lu Ming benefited from it. Lu Ming and Xian Yinqing focused on refining the blood crystals. During this time, other young men came, but they were scared away by the golden-eyed blood corpse. In the blink of an eye, another 2 days passed. Lu Ming refined more than 3,000 blood-refining crystals. In total, Lu Ming had refined more than 6,000 blood refinement pills and blood refinement crystals. At this moment, Lu Ming's spine was glowing with a thick blood-red light. The blood qi seemed to have substance, and was about to turn into drops of blood. That's enough. Now break through the martial arts Grandmaster realm, and awaken the second bloodline. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He waved his hand and hundreds of thousands of spiritual crystals appeared beside him. After that, he circulated the true war dragon technique. The vortex in his dantian spun rapidly, and the dragon-shaped true qi in his body surged. At his spine, his blood vessels surged, and his blood qi exploded. At this moment, Lu Ming's essence, energy, and spirit were condensed to the extreme. Boom! All of a sudden, a deafening roar came from within Lu Ming's body. A surge of essence energy surged up and soared into the clouds. Within a radius of dozens of miles, countless young experts looked over. The qi is soaring to the sky. Someone has broken through to Wuzong. What a terrifying aura. This kind of power is too shocking. What kind of genius is he? When I broke through to Wuzong, my essence qi was less than 1/5 of his. How terrifying. Many people were discussing and some even rushed over, but with the golden-eyed blood corpse, they couldn't step in. There were even some who wanted to force their way in but were killed by the golden-eyed blood zombies. The others didn't dare to force their way in anymore. The pillar of essence qi only disappeared after a long while. Devour. At that moment, Lu Ming's 9 dragons bloodline appeared. He opened his mouth and inhaled. Large pieces of spirit crystals exploded and were devoured by the 9 dragons bloodline, continuously transforming into Lu Ming's essential qi. The essential qi in Lu Ming's body continued to strengthen and improve. Chapter 283. Breaking through to Grandmaster, Second Bloodline. Not long after, Lu Ming had absorbed at least 200,000 spiritual crystals and converted them into essential qi. Lu Ming felt that the essential qi in his body was 10 times stronger than before. The martial arts Grandmaster realm was really powerful. Lu Ming had already broken through to the first level of the martial ancestor realm. Bloodline awaken. At this moment, Lu Ming's spine trembled and a rich blood-red light spread out. At his spine, There was an extremely rich blood-red light, as if something was about to break out of his body. Awaken! Lu Ming growled again. Bang! A bloody light exploded at his spine, and an object condensed. It was actually a stone tablet. The stone tablet was 10 meters tall, and was suspended above Lu Ming's head. There seemed to be some words on the stone tablet, but they were blurry and unclear. This is my second bloodline? It was actually a stone tablet? Could it be a special bloodline? Lu Ming thought to himself. Buzz. The stone tablet trembled, and a Silavirar chakra emerged. The Silavirar chakra represented a king-level bloodline. A Silavirar chakra represented a first-class king-level bloodline. However, it was not over yet. The stone tablet shook again, and the second Silavirar chakra emerged, followed by the third. After the third Silavirar chakra appeared, there were no more chakra. The third-level king-level blood meridian was the final level of the second blood meridian that Lu Ming had awakened. The three Silavirar chakra glowed and were extremely dazzling. I've taken more than 6,000 blood refinement pills and blood refinement crystals. The bloodline I've awakened didn't disappoint me. Lu Ming revealed a smile. He was quite satisfied. With his talent, if he had not taken more than 6,000 blood refinement pills and blood refinement crystals, he would probably only be able to awaken a level 9 ordinary bloodline. It would be impossible for him to even reach the king level. His second blood meridian vibrated and emitted a strong suction force. The boundless heaven-earth yuan qi was absorbed by Lu Ming and transformed into essential qi. This was the king-level bloodline, which was extremely magical. When it was first awakened, it would have a chance to madly devour the spiritual qi of heaven and earth, and then it would slowly calm down. I can't waste this opportunity. Lu Ming waved his hand, and more than 200,000 spiritual crystals appeared in the surroundings. These spiritual crystals were obtained from killing other young masters. Bang! 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 The spirit crystals exploded one by one, and turned into rolling energy that was constantly absorbed and refined by Lu Ming. Lu Ming's cultivation soared like a rocket. It was not long before Lu Ming's cultivation level had broken through to the early stage of the first-level martial arts Grandmaster realm. However, this was not his limit and he was still increasing. An hour later, Lu Ming's cultivation had broken through to the peak of the first-grade martial ancestor realm. He was only a step away from the second-grade martial ancestor realm. At this time, the second bloodline finally calmed down and stopped absorbing the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. Lu Ming took in a deep breath. His eyes flickered and shot out like two long spears. Lu Ming smiled as he felt the almost endless essential qi in his body. However, in terms of true qi, he was much stronger than before. With a thought, the second bloodline was hidden. It's only a third-level king bloodline. What's there to be proud of? Watch me. Xian Yanqing, who had been paying attention to Lu Ming's breakthrough, snorted and sat down cross-legged to continue refining the blood crystals. Lu Ming smiled and did not mind. He moved his hand and took out a jade bottle. It was the Yuan ancient panaceas. He still had dozens of bottles in his hands. He planned to use the Yuan ancient panaceas to raise his cultivation to the second level of the martial ancestor realm. When he opened the jade bottle, the bloodline of the 9 dragons appeared. He opened his mouth and sucked in all the 9 Yuan ancient panaceas in the bottle. The energy required to break through to the martial ancestor realm was even more terrifying. Even if there were too few Yuan ancient spiritual pills, they would not be of much use. Lu Ming might as well swallow the entire bottle. As Lu Ming refined the pill, he diverted some of his attention to observe Xian Yanqing. An hour later, Xian Yanqing stopped refining blood crystals and started to break through. With Xian Yanqing's talent, breaking through to Wuzong was not a problem. Soon, she successfully broke through, and a terrifying essence qi shot up into the sky. This essence qi was not any smaller than Lu Ming's earlier one. It caused another commotion. The people nearby were extremely shocked. 2 streaks of essence qi shot up into the sky in a row, and each one was extremely terrifying. Could it be that there were two monstrous geniuses breaking through here? Everyone was extremely curious. Boom. After Xian Yanqing's breakthrough, he began to awaken his second bloodline. The blood light soared into the sky and was extremely dense, almost covering an area of several li. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. This blood aura was too shocking. The momentum was so great that it was 10 times stronger than before. No, it was more than that. Oh. The blood qi swept out and churned. An astonishing pressure spread out. A moment later, the blood light dissipated, and a figure appeared above Xian Yanqing's head. Yes, that's right. Xian Yanqing's second bloodline was actually a human. It was a woman who was more than 10 meters tall, with graceful curves. She wore a black veil and sat cross-legged on a black lotus. The woman's appearance was unclear, but her figure was extremely good. She exuded an alluring aura everywhere, like a demoness. The most terrifying thing that stunned Lu Ming was that the woman's body was actually emitting 7 Asilavira chakras. A 7th-level king-level bloodline. Lu Ming's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. He had a dumbfounded look on his face. He was too shocked. King-class bloodline was extremely difficult to awaken. For example, Duanmu Lin, the genius of the Duanmu family that was said to be able to surpass Feng Wuji in the future, only had a second-class king-class bloodline. Geniuses like the 6 heroes of the Scorching Sun would usually only awaken to the first level of the king class. Some people might even awaken more. From this, one could see how terrifying a 7th-level king was. Genius, this was a true genius. Xian Yanqing clearly did not refine as many blood refinement pills and blood refinement crystals as Lu Ming, but the blood meridian he awakened was much stronger than Lu Ming's. This was a true monster. Even if Xian Yanqing did not refine the blood crystal, he could probably awaken a 5th-level king bloodline. At this moment, Xian Yanqing opened his eyes and shouted, "Swallow!" Oh! The heaven and earth spiritual qi in the area rushed towards Xian Yanqing like a madman. The heaven and earth spiritual qi in a radius of dozens of miles was stirred up, and a strong wind seemed to be blowing in the air. What's going on? I can't absorb the spiritual qi of heaven and earth anymore. The spiritual qi of heaven and earth is being controlled by someone. Within a few dozen miles, exclamations rang out. At the same time, Xian Yanqing waved his hand and a pile of spiritual crystals appeared. There were hundreds of thousands of them. All of them exploded and turned into a sea of spiritual qi, pouring into Xian Yanqing. Xian Yanqing's cultivation level rose rapidly. Early stage of Martial Ancestor Realm 1 Dan. Middle stage of Martial Ancestor Realm 1 Dan. Very quickly, he reached the peak of the first stage of the Martial Ancestor Realm. However, he did not stop. With a boom, he broke through the bottleneck and broke through to the second stage of the Martial Ancestor Realm. Xian Yanqing's cultivation continued to rise until he reached the peak of the second level of Martial Ancestor Realm. This Jiao is too terrifying. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. When he broke through, it was already extremely rare for him to make use of the power of his newly awakened bloodline to rush to the peak of the Martial Ancestor Realm 1 Dan. It was equivalent to a normal person's years of hard work. However, Xian Yanqing was even more terrifying. He rushed straight to the peak of the second level of Martial Ancestor Realm. This was a 7th-level king bloodline. Of course, this kind of improvement was a one-time thing. In the future, he would have to slowly cultivate. Chapter 284. Chapter 284 A Lesson. Xian Yanqing stood up and looked at Lu Ming smugly. How is it? What's a mere king-level 3rd-rank bloodline? Now take my palm. Xian Yanqing shouted and struck out with his palm. A black palm print formed with terrifying power. Human Dao palm. Lu Ming threw out a palm as well. His essential qi surged and formed a huge palm print, which collided with Xian Yanqing's black palm print. With a loud bang, the two of them trembled and took a step back. You've broken through to the second level of the Martial Ancestor Realm. Xian Yanqing exclaimed. Of course, Lu Ming said with a smile. Before Xian Yanqing's breakthrough, he had consumed 20 bottles of Yuan ancient panaceas and broke through to the early stage of the second-grade martial ancestor realm. Don't think that I can't step on you just because you've broken through to the second stage of the martial ancestor realm. Xian Yanqing shouted as his body glowed with a blood-red light. He was about to activate his bloodline. Roar! The golden-eyed blood corpse appeared beside Xian Yanqing and glared at her with its mouth wide open. Xian Yanqing shrieked and quickly stepped back. Lu Ming, you're shameless. So what if I'm shameless? Every day, you say that you will step on me. Today, I will step on you. Do it. Lu Ming chuckled coldly. With a light shout, he pounced on Xian Yanqing. At the same time, the golden-eyed blood corpse growled and pounced on Xian Yanqing. Xian Yanqing's body glowed with a blood-red light as he was about to activate his bloodline. However, the golden-eyed blood zombie charged forward, and a blood-red light shot towards Xian Yanqing, interrupting the activation of her bloodline. At the same time, Lu Ming pounced forward and sent a palm strike into Xian Yanqing's dantian, temporarily sealing her essential qi and restraining her. Get lost! Xian Yanqing screamed and struggled with all his might. What are you shouting for? Lu Ming used some force and Xian Yanqing's essential qi was temporarily sealed. How could he resist? He was restrained by Lu Ming and could not move. Lu Ming, let me go. Otherwise, I won't let you off. Xian Yanqing shouted. Hee, now that you're completely in my hands, you still dare to threaten me. It seems that I was too honest in the past. I need a beating. Lu Ming said and then gave him a lesson. Lu Ming, I hate you. I'll definitely trample you under my feet. Xian Yanqing said through gritted teeth. In the end, she gritted her teeth and cursed in a low voice, looking as if she was ready to let him do whatever he wanted. However, as she scolded, her tears started to flow down. This time, Lu Ming was a little helpless. He quickly let go of Xian Yanqing and said, Hey, why are you crying? I haven't even done anything yet. However, Xian Yanqing's cry was like a river that had its gates opened, and he couldn't stop crying. She was crying so sadly and pitifully. Her tears flowed like a string of pearls and fell to the ground. It was as if she had a great grievance that she wanted to vent out through this cry. Lu Ming was at a loss for words. He felt as if he had done something wrong. But he hadn't done anything yet. So he could only stay by her side. After a long while, Xian Yanqing finally stopped crying. He stared at Lu Ming in a daze for a long time before he suddenly gritted his teeth and said, Lu Ming, I'll let you off for today. One day, I'll trample you under my feet. This again. Lu Ming was completely speechless. I'm leaving, are you coming? Lu Ming asked. Of course we're going. Don't even think about escaping. Xian Yanqing snorted and followed Lu Ming. The corners of Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. The two of them left the stone forest. Of course, the golden-eyed blood zombie was also with them. However, Lu Ming took out a very large black robe and a bamboo hat for the golden-eyed blood zombie to put on, as it would be too conspicuous. The two of them randomly chose a direction and advanced. Along the way, they encountered a few blind martial artists who were easily dealt with by Lu Ming. 2 hours later. Clang! Suddenly, the sound of a bell came from the distance and reverberated in the world. No one knew how far the bell came from, but it sounded like it was ringing right next to their ears. What a wondrous sound! What does this mean? Lu Ming was a little curious. Xian Yanqing shook his head and did not say anything. Let's go take a look. Let's go, Lu Ming said. Essential qi gushed out of him as he soared into the sky and flew in the direction of the bell. After stepping into the martial arts grandmaster realm, he could finally fly as he pleased. Xian Yanqing and the golden-eyed blood corpse moved and followed Lu Ming. Clang! A moment later, the second bell chimed. It sounded similar to just now, but Lu Ming and the rest were clearly a distance away from the location of the bell. Lu Ming and the rest continued to fly towards the source of the bell. A moment later, the bell rang for the third time. The volume of the sound was the same as the previous two, as if it was right beside his ear. Buzz! and MBSP whoosh. From time to time, the sound of the air being cut could be heard in the air. Not only Lu Ming and the rest, but the others also heard the bell and headed in the direction of the bell. Not long after, the fourth bell rang. At that moment, Lu Ming and the rest saw a huge mountain. This mountain was so tall that it reached the clouds. It was extremely majestic. And the bell was ringing from the top of this mountain. When they arrived at the foot of the mountain, they discovered that the mountain was blocked by a layer of light screen, and they couldn't enter at all. At this moment, hundreds of young experts had gathered at the foot of the mountain. Buzz! A flash of sword light appeared, and a young man wearing a swordsman's robe stopped in the air. The crowd was shocked. Some of them recognized Duan Ling from the Dark Moon's 9 heroes. Following that, experts appeared from time to time. Other than Duan Ling, 2 of the Blood Zhao Empire's 50 super rookies had also appeared. Clang! Clang! The bell was long and would ring once every moment. When the 8th sound rang out, a demonic-looking young man with his hands behind his back walked over from the air. Yang Liuji is here. Someone exclaimed. Even the super rookies of the Blood Zhao 50 had their expressions changed and became extremely serious. The geniuses on the Cloud Emperor ranking were too strong. At this moment, more than 1,000 people had gathered at the foot of the mountain. Clang! A moment later, the 9th bell chimed. When the 9th bell rang, the light screen shrouding the mountain trembled and actually dissipated, turning into nothing and revealing the mountain's true appearance. Chapter 285, Snatching the Mountain Path. There were 8 paths in front of him that led straight to the top of the mountain. On every path, at every set distance, there would be a ball of glittering things that revealed the light of treasures. That's a treasure. That's right. Those who can stay here must be extraordinary. Many people's eyes lit up. Look, there's a stone tablet over there. There are words on it. Someone shouted. At the intersection of each road, there was a platform. In front of the platform, there was a stone tablet. Everyone went up to take a look, and their eyes lit up. The meaning of the stone tablet was obvious. It said that this was the competition path given to the disciples by the Cloud Emperor Palace. Each path was set up with inscription formations and only one person could walk on each path. Only 8 people could pass through the 8 paths, and there would be some treasures as rewards along the way. Everyone's eyes lit up. This path is mine. It's mine. Immediately, more than a dozen people rushed to the platform on the first road. Boom. But immediately after, a ball of hot fist energy, like the sun, blasted towards the platform. More than a dozen young experts were directly blasted into ashes without even letting out a scream. A young man stepped forward and looked around. It was the 6 extremes of Yang. Most of the people's faces changed. It was clear that Yang Liuji had taken the first path, and this path was now his. The second one. Some people rushed towards the second path. Swish! An iron rod swept across, and a dozen young men screamed as they were swept off the platform. A young man with messy hair and an iron rod in his hand walked onto the second platform. One of the 50 super rookies of Blood Zhao, Bloodstaff Iron Demon. Someone exclaimed. Many people's eyes flickered. They wanted to rush forward, but Iron Demon was extremely powerful. With one iron rod, he swept away thousands of soldiers. Whoosh! A ray of sword light appeared on the platform of the third path like a flying immortal. It was Duan Ling, one of the 9 talents of the Dark Moon. Boom! On the 6th path, there was also an expert, one of the 50 super rookies of Blood Zhao. Immediately the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 6th paths were all occupied. The 4 of them stood on top, and the others retreated in fear. No one went up to court death. As for the remaining 4 paths, the competition was intense. Groups of people charged forward and fought with all their might, causing people to fall one after another. This was the martial arts grandmaster's battlefield. It was difficult for the grandmaster realm martial artists to interfere. I want one, Xian Yinqing murmured. Then his body moved and he rushed towards the 5th path. Great Demonic Palm. Xian Yinqing's demonic palm print was a martial technique of unknown level. As her cultivation level increased, its power became more and more terrifying. Ah! Ah! With a series of screams, 7 or 8 martial ancestor realm experts were sent flying by Xian Yinqing. Some of them even exploded in the air. So strong, who is this person? Someone was shocked. If you don't want to die, get lost. Xian Yinqing shouted coldly. Some people didn't believe it and wanted to rush forward, but they were killed by Xian Yinqing in one move. The remaining people were helpless and could only move to other routes. Then I'll have one too. Lu Ming dashed toward the 8th path with the golden-eyed blood corpse following closely behind. Die. A ray of saber light was aimed at Lu Ming's head. It was very powerful. He was a warrior at the peak of the 1st level of the martial ancestor realm. You're the one who's going to die. The demon-subduing spear appeared in his hand, and he swept it out. Bang! The young man's body flew out like a cannonball. He flew for an unknown distance and disappeared without a trace. Kid, it's you. All of a sudden, a cold voice rang out near Lu Ming. Lu Ming's eyes swept across the room and he was amused. Wasn't this the young man in the brocade robe who had snatched the Yuan ancient spiritual pill? The young man in the brocade robe swept his gaze across Lu Ming's surroundings. Then his eyes gleamed coldly as he sneered. Brat, now that you're here alone, I'd like to see how you die. Oh really? I'm afraid that you're far from enough. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Brat, it's useless to be stubborn. Die. The young man in the brocade robe shouted as he emitted a violent aura. 3rd stage martial ancestor realm. This embroidered robed youth had actually reached the 3rd stage martial ancestor realm. A while ago, his cultivation was still at the peak of the 2nd level of the martial ancestor realm. It seemed that the youth in the brocade robe had a fortuitous encounter in the past few days, allowing his cultivation to break through. Die. The purple light on the young man's body turned golden in the blink of an eye. He struck out with his palm and a golden true dragon flew out, pouncing toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming did not even look and pulled out his gun. Bang! The golden true dragon was like tofu. It was smashed into pieces by Lu Ming's spear. The violent spear's gleam continued to sweep toward the young man in embroidered robes. How did this happen? The embroidered robed youth cried out in disbelief. His cultivation had broken through to the 3rd tier of the martial arts grandmaster realm. Moreover, Lu Ming was alone. He had thought that killing Lu Ming would be a piece of cake. He had never expected that the martial arts technique he was most proud of would be shattered by Lu Ming's spear. At this moment, he shouted and used all his strength to resist. Bang! The violent spear radiance struck his body, shattering all his defenses. His body made a series of cracking sounds, and many of his bones were broken. He fell off the platform like a pile of meat paste. He couldn't be more dead. Lu Ming stretched out his hand and sucked the storage ring of the young man in the brocade robe into his hand. Then he went to kill the others. Bang! Bang! Lu Ming's attack was direct and domineering. He formed a huge spear ray with his long spear and swept away the army. Bang! Bang! Those young men were swept away by Lu Ming like broken gunny sacks. The bodies of those with weaker cultivation exploded immediately. In an instant, Lu Ming was the only one standing proudly on the platform at the intersection of the 8th road with a gun. Who is this person? He's too strong. Many people looked at Lu Ming in shock, and did not dare to step forward. Just like that, the 5th and 8th paths were occupied by Lu Ming and Xian Yinqing respectively. There was only the 4th and 7th paths left, and the competition was extremely fierce. The killing continued, and blood flowed like a river. In the sky, inscriptions appeared, and blood-refining crystals were formed. A moment later, the 4th and 7th paths also had their respective owners. The 4th option was a bald youth with the strength of a peak martial ancestor 3 Dan. He was extremely powerful. Of course, compared to the geniuses of the Burning Sun 6 heroes, he was still slightly inferior. The 7th path was occupied by a short and chubby youth. This person's cultivation was also at the peak of the third level of the martial ancestor realm. No one dared to challenge the 8 paths. Charge! Then the people on the 8 platforms all rushed towards the road. Lu Ming also rushed toward the mountain road, the golden-eyed blood zombie following closely behind. The golden-eyed blood corpse was not human. That was why it could travel with Lu Ming. Not long after he rushed out, light and shadows flickered in front of him. 4 tiger-shaped demonic beasts suddenly appeared and blocked his way. It was obvious that these 4 demonic beasts were formed by the inscription formation, and were not real. 4 demonic beasts, all in the early stage of the martial ancestor 3 Dan. Lu Ming could tell the strength of the 4 demonic beasts at a glance. Roar! Roar! The 4 monsters pounced at Lu Ming. Chapter 286, Generous Reward. Whoosh! Xiao! Xiao! Lu Ming's long spear trembled and 4 spearlights burst out. Pooh! The 4 demonic beasts were pierced by the spear's radiance, turning into energy particles and dissipating. Given Lu Ming's current cultivation, an ordinary 3rd-tier martial arts grandmaster was no match for him at all. He could easily kill him in one move. After the 4 demonic beasts were killed, Lu Ming walked a dozen meters forward. There was a ball of light with a secret manual floating in it. He inhaled the essential qi and the secret manual fell into Lu Ming's hands. The 10-swing sword technique, a low earth-grade martial skill. Lu Ming flipped it open, and was slightly disappointed. Lu Ming had no use for the swordsmanship. Currently, Lu Ming had the ancient shield technique and the 3 palms. These 2 martial arts techniques were extremely ancient, and were definitely top tier among the low earth level martial arts techniques. He had not cultivated the divine martial arts technique, 9 Dragons Heaven Stomping Steps. It could be said that Lu Ming was not lacking in other martial arts techniques for the time being. What he wanted was a spear technique. He was still using the black grade low level martial skill fire gun technique, which was completely insufficient. However, it was an earth grade martial skill after all. If he couldn't use it, he could sell it for a shocking price. Some of the top geniuses of the large sects naturally did not lack earth-level martial arts techniques, but many small sects, and even martial arts grandmasters among the individual cultivators, could not have an earth-level martial arts technique at all. For an earth-grade martial skill, they would be willing to go bankrupt. Therefore, the price of an earth-level martial skill was at least 1 million spiritual crystals. Lu Ming kept the secret manual, and continued to move upwards. After walking for 100 meters, there was a flash of light, and another demonic beast appeared. This time, it was 8 demonic beasts of the early stage of the 3rd level of martial ancestor realm. It still did not hinder Lu Ming at all. Whoosh! Xiao! Xiao! 8 spear lights were shot out and 8 demonic beasts were killed. There was another ball of light in front. This time, the ball of light contained a spiritual weapon combat sword. It was a 4th level upper spiritual weapon. Lu Ming sighed. Why were they all related to swords? However, since it was a 4th level upper spiritual weapon, its price was not any lower than the 10-swing sword technique. Naturally, Lu Ming quickly kept it. Then he continued to move upwards. But the next moment, he was slightly stunned, because he saw a short and fat figure. It was the chunky young man from the 7th route. At this moment, Lu Ming realized that the 8th path was actually going to merge with the 7th path. They were going to merge into one. It was the same for the other paths, where the 1st and 2nd paths converged. The 3rd and 4th converged, and the 5th and 6th converged. The 2 people on 2 different roads were about to meet. In the end, there were only 4 paths left. Obviously, the short and fat young man had also seen Lu Ming. A look of fear flashed in his eyes. His figure flashed repeatedly, wanting to rush up quickly. However, at the point where the 2 paths merged, light flickered and demonic beasts formed one after another. There were a total of 16 demonic beasts, and each of them had a stronger aura than the previous ones. The 16 demonic beasts were all at the peak of the martial ancestor 3 Dan. As soon as the 16 demonic beasts appeared, They pounced on the chunky young man. For a moment, the chunky young man was in a tough battle. Lu Ming rushed over quickly and spear lights burst out. The demonic beasts at the peak of the third level of the martial ancestor realm could not put up any resistance, and were killed by Lu Ming one by one. Soon, only a few of the 16 demonic beasts were left. Do you want me to do it myself? Lu Ming looked at the short and fat young man coldly. The short and stout youth's expression was extremely unsightly. Although he was a genius and his cultivation was at the peak of the third-grade Great Martial Master realm, his combat strength could even fight with an ordinary fourth-grade Martial Ancestor realm martial artist. However, it was obvious that Lu Ming was stronger. He was not someone that an ordinary fourth-level martial arts grandmaster could compare to. Although the short and stout youth was unwilling, he finally gritted his teeth and turned to leave. After all, no matter how precious the treasure was, if he lost his life, everything would be for naught. Lu Ming waved his spear and killed the remaining demonic beasts. He then walked toward the third ball of light. This time, the ball of light was still a martial technique. Lu Ming picked it up and took a look. Earth-grade high-level martial arts technique, 100 Steps Divine Fist. Lu Ming was overjoyed. This time, it was actually an earth-level upper-level martial arts technique. It was really shocking. For a sect like the Mystical Sword sect, the highest level of martial skills was only earth-grade upper level. The price was frighteningly high. Lu Ming kept it excitedly, and then swept his gaze to the other roads. The young man on the second path was the unluckiest. As one of the 50 super rookies of the Blood Zhao Empire, he had met Yang Liuji. Without even fighting, he had voluntarily withdrawn. In the battle with Yang Liuji, he would definitely die. Duan Ling easily killed his opponent in the third and fourth path. The battle between the fifth and sixth paths was the most intense, causing the others to stop. Xian Yanqing had a fierce battle with another super rookie of the Blood Zhao 50. Xian Yanqing displayed his terrifying combat power. A 7th level king bloodline was too powerful. The battle between them was extremely intense. This was a battle on the level of the 6 heroes of the Scorching Sun. After exchanging hundreds of blows, Xian Yanqing waved his hand and a huge, beautiful woman's arm appeared out of thin air. She slapped her opponent and sent him flying, causing him to spit out blood. Xian Yanqing won this battle. This little girl is so powerful. If she goes all out, I might not be able to defeat her. It seems like I have to master the 9 Dragons Heaven Stomping Step as soon as possible after I get out of here. I also have to break through to the 5th stage of the True War Dragon technique as soon as possible. Otherwise, my advantage will become less and less obvious compared to the other geniuses. Lu Ming pondered secretly and continued to rush upwards. After a while, more demonic beasts appeared. This time, there were only 4 of them, but each one of them had a much stronger aura than the previous demonic beasts. The 4 demonic beasts were all in the early stage of the Martial Ancestor Realm level 4. The 4 demonic beasts roared and pounced at Lu Ming. Lu Ming fought with his spear. A 4th-tier martial arts grandmaster could not be killed in one shot. It gave Lu Ming a lot of pressure. Lu Ming did not use the human path palm. He only used his long spear and the power of wind and fire to fight. He wanted to use this battle to properly comprehend the fusion of wind and fire. Bang! One of the demonic beasts was sent flying by Lu Ming's spear, but it did not dissipate. It roared and charged at him again. Just like that, the demonic beasts charged at him one after another, only to be sent flying by Lu Ming. Lu Ming's usage of the wind and fire forces gradually became more skillful. However, he was still far from being able to integrate them completely. After 100 moves, the 4 demonic beasts suddenly exploded and disappeared. Lu Ming was stunned. It seemed that after the continuous attacks, the energy of the 4 demonic beasts had been exhausted, and they had dissipated automatically. Lu Ming smiled. He walked forward and the 4th ball of light appeared. There was a jade box inside. Lu Ming kept it and was overjoyed when he opened it. In the jade box, There were actually portions of demonic beast blood essence. There were 9 points in total. It was written on the jade box that this was the blood essence of a class 6 level 4 demonic beast. Lu Ming was overjoyed. 9 portions of 6th grade 4th level demonic beast blood essence was a terrifyingly high price. It was equivalent to a 6th grade martial arts grandmaster. It would be very difficult for the outside world to buy it. Lu Ming kept it carefully. As they continued to advance, not long after, 8 demonic beasts of the early stage of the martial arts grandmaster 4 Dan appeared. Lu Ming continued to practice with the spear. After a while, the 8 demonic beasts exploded and disappeared. This time, the thing that appeared in the ball of light made Lu Weiming a little disappointed. It was a low-rank earth cultivation technique. Chapter 287. Chapter 287 A Withered Vine. Lu Ming kept the cultivation technique and continued to move forward. After walking for a while, Lu Ming realized that the 2 paths overlapped again. In front of him, Xian Yanqing stood quietly, as if waiting for him. Xian Yanqing glanced at Lu Ming and walked forward without saying a word. With a flash of light, 16 demonic beasts were formed. This time, there were 16 demonic beasts at the peak of the 4th level of the martial ancestor realm. Xian Yanqing and the demonic beast were fighting. Little Qing, why didn't you wait for me to go together? Lu Ming rushed forward and smiled. Xian Yanqing snorted coldly and glared at Lu Ming. He clapped his hands repeatedly, as if he had mistaken the demonic beast for Lu Ming. He vented all his anger on the demonic beast. These demonic beasts were in a miserable state. A few of them were defeated on the spot. This woman is so violent, Lu Ming muttered, and the spear's gleam burst out. With the 2 of them working together, the demonic beasts were all killed in a short time. The 2 of them stood facing each other, looking at each other in silence. Only one of them could continue forward. Little Qing, if we keep going, we'll probably have to fight Yang Liuji. If you can do it, I'll let you go. Lu Ming said with a smile. No need. I'm no match for Yang Liuji. I'll give you this chance. But let me tell you, if you lose to Yang Liuji and lose the treasure at the top, I'll never let you go. Xian Yanqing said through gritted teeth. Lu Ming had the golden-eyed blood corpse by his side. Perhaps she could compete with Yang Liuji directly. Xian Yanqing knew that she was not Yang Liuji's match, so she might as well give her to Lu Ming. Haha, thank you. Lu Ming said with a smile. Xian Yanqing glanced at him and turned to walk down. At the foot of the mountain, more than 1,000 people were looking up. They had no idea what was happening on the mountain, because after the mountain road went up for a while, it was covered by a layer of hazy light, and they could not see clearly. What do you guys think is up there? There must be some treasures. The stone tablet said it was the way for the disciples of the Cloud Emperor Palace to compete. The reward must be extraordinary. It's a pity that we're too weak. We can't go up at all. I know the other 6 of those 8 people. There's also a young man and a young woman, but I've never seen them before. I wonder who they are, to be able to suppress all the heroes and seize a path. As soon as Lu Ming and the rest disappeared, the crowd below started to discuss. After that, they began to wait, wanting to know what kind of treasure was on the mountain path. Look, someone's coming down. Not long after, someone called out. Everyone looked over and saw the short and fat youth walking down the 7th path. It's Kedong. Why did he come down? What happened? Everyone was confused. Guys, look. The 50 super rookies have also come down. At this moment, 2 people walked down from the 2nd and 6th roads. These 2 were 2 of the 50 super rookies from the Blood Zhao Empire. Even the 50 super novelties have come down. What kind of danger is there up there? Where are the others? Why didn't he come down? Did he die up there? Kedong, what's going on? Everyone was guessing and someone asked Kedong. Kedong was silent for a moment. He did not hide anything and explained what had happened. I see. After a few rounds, the 2 roads will meet and have a battle. No wonder it's said to be a competition for the disciples of the Cloud Emperor Palace. I'm not surprised that Yang Liuji won, but according to what Kadong said, the beautiful woman on the fifth path actually defeated the 50 super rookies. It's really unbelievable. That's right. According to this speculation, Duanling will definitely lose when he meets Yang Liuji later. The two strangers will face each other, and the person who wins in the end will face Yang Liuji. Yang Liuji has reached the end without a doubt. I wonder which of the two strangers will win. We'll see. We'll have a result soon. The crowd discussed as they waited. Not long after, someone came down. It was Duanling. His body was staggering, and his clothes were stained with blood. Duanling is injured. Could it be that he fought with Yang Liuji? I think so. He's overestimating himself. He wants to fight with Yang Liuji. He's lucky to have survived. That's right. Even Yin Jiuyo, the head of the Yin Moon's 9 talents, is no match for Yang Liuji. Hey look, that woman is coming down. Someone suddenly called out. Everyone looked at the 5th road and saw Xian Yinqing coming down. This woman is so powerful. She defeated 50 super rookies and she still lost? It seems like the other unfamiliar man is stronger? There are really crouching tigers and hidden dragons here. I wonder if that man can compete with Yang Liuji? That's impossible. That man's cultivation is too weak. He's far from the 6 extremes of Yang. That's true. Even so, everyone's eyes were still wide open as they stared at the mountain path, revealing looks of anticipation. Who would be the first one to come down? On the mountain path, after Xian Yinqing went down, Lu Ming continued to go up. There was a ball of light in front. This ball of light was actually a section of withered vine. The withered vine was only half a meter long, and as thick as a finger. What is this? A withered vine? What's the use of it? Lu Ming was dumbfounded. He held the withered vine and looked at it from left to right, but he could not see anything special about it. It was like an ordinary withered vine, without the slightest vitality. Forget it, I'd better keep it first. After all, he had obtained it from the ruins of the Cloud Emperor Palace. He wouldn't really give it to a withered vine, right? Perhaps it would be useful. After keeping it, Lu Ming continued to move upwards. After a while, more demonic beasts appeared. This time, 4 demonic beasts of the early 5th martial ancestor realm appeared. The 5th level of the martial arts grandmaster realm was 3 levels higher than Lu Ming's. It gave him immense pressure. Boom. Lu Ming did not hesitate to activate his blood meridian. It was not the 9-dragon bloodline that burst out, but his second bloodline. An ancient stone tablet appeared. The stone tablet was shrouded in a gray mist, making it look mysterious and unfathomable. Then the stone tablet entered Lu Ming's body and his strength increased rapidly. In the past, Lu Ming rarely activated his blood meridian. It was not that he did not want to activate it, but the duration of the activation of the 9-dragon blood meridian was too short. It only lasted for a few breaths. But now that he had awakened his second bloodline, this problem would no longer exist. At the martial arts grandmaster realm, the duration of the bloodline eruption was increased to an hour, which was enough for him to fight without restraint. Lu Ming's blood meridian exploded. He was so powerful that he charged at the 4 demonic beasts with an imposing aura. Bang! He pulled out his spear, and it collided with a demonic beast. With a loud boom, a burst of energy shot out, and he and the demonic beast retreated together. Roar! The other 3 demonic beasts charged at Lu Ming again. Good. Lu Ming let out a long howl and charged forward with the demon-subduing spear in his hand. The demon-subduing spear was shrouded in the power of wind and fire. When it was waved, it was extremely fast. At the same time, it exploded with waves of heat. Its lethality was extremely shocking. Boom. Boom. The rumbling sounds continued. During this process, Lu Ming did not let the blood corpse attack. Haha, this is great. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He was completely immersed in the battle. His fusion with the wind and fire forces had also deepened. Chapter 288. Chapter 288 Battling the Six Extreme Yang. With the second blood meridian activated, Lu Ming felt that there was an inexhaustible amount of power in his body. Every time he struck with the spear, it was as if there was a stone tablet integrated into the spear. This made Lu Ming's every move and every form extremely terrifying. Bang! With a sweep of the spear, a demonic beast was sent flying. The 4 demonic beasts were like 4 leather balls that were constantly sent flying by Lu Ming. After about 100 moves, the 4 demonic beasts dispersed. Although these demonic beasts are not as strong as real demonic beasts, they are not that far off. It seems that if I unleash my full power now, I should be able to fight against an ordinary martial arts Grandmaster 5-Dan fighter. Lu Ming had a rough estimate of his own ability. After all, the difference in strength between each major realm was different. Following that, Lu Ming walked forward. There was another ball of light in front of him. This time it was a secret manual. Lu Ming flipped it open and was overjoyed. The Wind and Cloud Mantra was an Earth-grade upper-level cultivation technique. This was an Earth-grade upper-level cultivation technique. Cultivation techniques were different from martial arts techniques. Cultivation techniques were the foundation of a martial artist. Only with good cultivation techniques could one continue to cultivate and break through. A good cultivation technique would allow one to cultivate faster, and the true qi that one could cultivate would be more condensed and robust. One could also cultivate to a higher realm. A cultivation technique could create a sect. For example, the mystical sword sect cultivation technique was called the mystical sword technique. An upper earth level cultivation skill was many times more precious than a martial technique of the same level. Earth grade top rank was much more precious than earth grade low rank. Lu Ming was overjoyed as he kept it. Then he continued to move upwards. Not long after, 8 demonic beasts at the peak of the 5th level of the martial ancestor realm appeared in front of Lu Ming. Roar! One of the demonic beasts roared and pounced on Lu Ming like the wind. Human Dao Palm. Lu Ming threw out a palm, and the huge palm print collided with the demonic beast. Boom! Lu Ming's body trembled, and he was forced to retreat by a huge force. As for the demonic beast, it only took a few steps back. The strength of a demonic beast at the peak of the 5th level of the martial arts Grandmaster realm had already surpassed Lu Ming's. Blood corpse. With a thought, Lu Ming asked the golden-eyed blood zombie to take action. Lu Ming would definitely not be able to defeat 8 demonic beasts at the peak of the 5th level of the martial ancestor realm. He might as well let the blood corpse take action. Roar! The blood corpse roared and pounced forward. It waved its claws continuously, sending out claw lights. Chi-Chi. The 8 demonic beasts at the peak of the 5th martial ancestor realm were torn apart by the blood corpse like rags and disappeared. Lu Ming did not find it strange. He had long discovered that the golden-eyed blood corpse was in the 7th tier of the martial ancestor realm. It was extremely powerful and could easily deal with a 5th tier martial ancestor realm demonic beast. After killing the demonic beast, Lu Ming advanced forward with ease. There was still a ball of light waiting for him in front. This time it was a wooden box. Lu Ming opened the wooden box and found a strange piece of metal lying inside. Is this the heavenly fire lava gold? After a careful identification, Lu Ming's heart trembled and he was overjoyed. The Skyfire lava gold was a rare treasure of heaven and earth. It was also the main material for forging a 5th grade spiritual weapon. A 5th level spiritual weapon was known as a king's spiritual weapon, and was a weapon used by martial kings. Even a martial king would be envious of such a precious metal. Haha, we're rich, we're really rich. Lu Ming laughed and kept it happily. There's an upper earth grade cultivation technique, and a heavenly fire lava gold. I'm really looking forward to what's next. Lu Ming was filled with anticipation. Carrying the blood corpse, he continued to move upwards. In front of him, a figure stood there with his hands behind his back. Yang 6 Extremes. The last 2 paths had finally converged. Lu Ming and Yang Liuji had finally met. I didn't expect that someone could really walk up here. It seems that you have some skills. Now I'll give you a chance. Go back the way you came and I can spare your life. Yang Liuji put his hands behind his back and looked down at Lu Ming, his tone extremely overbearing. Who do you think you are? I'll return these words to you. Fuck off, or you'll be the one to die. Lu Ming sneered. Yang Liuji's face instantly darkened as he said in a low voice, I promise you that you will regret what you said. His voice was cold and filled with killing intent. Lu Ming smiled faintly and walked up the stairs unhurriedly, step by step. When Lu Ming approached the intersection of the two paths, demonic beasts began to form at that spot. There were 16 of them in total, and each of them was emitting a terrifying aura. The 16 demonic beasts were all in the early stage of the martial ancestor realm level 6. When they gathered together, their aura was extremely terrifying. Roar! The 16 demonic beasts roared and pounced at Yang Liuji. Die! Yang Liuji coldly shouted and threw a punch. A sun appeared in the sky, and a terrifyingly hot energy exploded. The demonic beasts exploded one after another, turning into a rain of light and dissipating. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. The geniuses on the Cloud Emperor ranking were indeed powerful and terrifying. A demonic beast in the early stage of the martial ancestor 6th realm was completely crushed. Bang! Bang! Like fireworks, the 16 beasts exploded in the air one after another, creating a rain of light. Now you know the difference between you and me, but it's too late to leave now. After Yang Liuji killed the 16 demonic beasts, he glared at Lu Ming and strode toward him. Who said I'm leaving? You're so full of yourself. Let's talk after you defeat my pet. Lu Ming sneered and waved his hand. Roar! The blood corpse roared and pounced forward. What is this? When Yang Liuji saw the golden-eyed blood corpse's true appearance, his eyes narrowed and he punched out. The fist energy condensed into a sun and shot towards the golden-eyed blood corpse. Boom! The burning fist force collided with the golden-eyed blood corpse's claw radiance. The energy wreaked havoc in all directions, while the golden-eyed blood corpse and Yang Liuji both trembled and were forced back 7 to 8 steps. Haha, looks like you're nothing much after all. You can't even beat one of my pets. Lu Ming laughed out loud. However, he was secretly shocked. Yang Liuji's cultivation should be at the early stage of the 5th martial ancestor realm, but his combat strength couldn't be judged by his cultivation. He could at least fight 2 levels above him. Go to hell. And NBSB. Yang Liuji was shaken, his eyes bursting with endless rage. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and a scorching aura filled the air. The force of fire. Moreover, the force of fire was extremely strong and stronger than Lu Ming's. This 6 extreme Yang's fire force is probably about to reach perfection. Lu Ming was a little surprised. Divine Sun Fist. Yang Liuji roared, his entire body emitting a bright light like a sun. Boom! Boom! He punched out a few times in a row, and each punch was accompanied by a sun. The suns shot towards the golden-eyed blood corpse. The golden-eyed blood zombie roared, and its body was covered in a thick blood-red light. It reached out with its claws, which were extremely sharp and seemed to be able to tear the space apart. Bang! Bang! Continuous crashing sounds rang out, and the rumbles continued. The scene was extremely shocking. It was as if suns were being extinguished in the sky one after another, like a scene from the end of the world. The golden-eyed blood corpse roared. It was not afraid of death, and its body was impervious to swords and spears. Although it was in the 7th level of the martial ancestor realm, its combat strength was not something that an ordinary 7th level martial ancestor realm could compare to. After dozens of moves, the golden-eyed blood corpse started to gain the upper hand. Chapter 289. 10,000 Spiritual Combat Body. Detestable. Yang Liuji roared in his heart and attacked even more violently, but it was useless. The golden-eyed blood corpse's body was not as strong as swords or spears, and was impervious to fire or water. It didn't even feel Yang Liuji's hot fist energy when it landed on its body. On the other hand, Yang Liuji had to avoid the golden-eyed blood corpse's claw radiance. If he was not careful, he could be torn apart. Buzz. After a dozen more moves, the golden-eyed blood corpse's claw landed on Yang Liuji's body. Yang Liuji dodged in shock, but he was still left with several wounds and blood. Roar! The golden-eyed blood corpse roared and pounced towards Yang Liuji. Yang Liuji's expression was extremely ugly. Damn it, kid. One day, I'll make sure you die without a burial ground. Yang Liuji let out a long, furious roar, then ran down the mountain. Take care, I won't send you off. Lu Ming waved his hands and said with a smile. This almost made Yang Liuji fall to the ground. He was so angry that his body trembled and he almost spat out blood. In the blink of an eye, Yang Liuji disappeared. At the foot of the mountain, more than 1,000 people were waiting quietly. Who would come down first? Everyone was thinking about the same question. Perhaps that kid will never be able to come down. Some people sneered and felt that Lu Ming would most likely die at the hands of Yang Liuji. Detestable guy, you can't die in the hands of Yang Liuji. Xian Yinqing muttered. Although she knew that Lu Ming had the golden-eyed blood corpse with him, she was not confident. At this time, she could not help but reveal a worried look in her eyes. Even she did not notice it. Someone's coming down. Suddenly, a cry of surprise rang out. Many people were shocked and couldn't help but look at the 8th path. There was no one on the 8th route. Everyone's heart trembled as they looked at the first path. Yang Liuji, covered in blood, came down from the first path with a gloomy expression. Whoosh! The crowd burst into an uproar. More than 1,000 people were dumbfounded. The first to come down was Yang Liuji and he was injured. Did he lose or win? Everyone was guessing that perhaps Yang Liuji had already killed Lu Ming and obtained the final reward. However, Yang Liuji's next performance made everyone know that he had most likely lost. He stood at the foot of the mountain and looked up at the peak with a cold expression. This expression was obviously a defeat. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Even Yang Liuji had been defeated. Who was this person? On the mountain path, Lu Ming did not know about this. After watching Yang Liuji leave, Lu Ming turned and walked up. Up ahead, the road had already come to an end. At the end of the road, there was a bright ball of light. A secret manual was floating in the ball of light. Another secret manual? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He had already obtained an upper earth grade cultivation technique, and now a secret manual had appeared. Could it be a heaven grade secret manual? Lu Ming's heart started to burn. Stretching out his hand, he drew in his Jinqi and the manual fell into his palm. The surface of the secret manual was covered with wisps of blood, which was extremely strange. He opened the manual and took a look. The 10,000 spiritual combat body was a body refining technique that could allow one to cultivate a 9th grade body at most. Lu Ming's heart trembled violently. Then he was overjoyed. It was actually a body refining cultivation method, and it could cultivate a 9th grade body. This was simply a priceless treasure, even more precious than heaven-level martial skills. Haha, I was just looking for a body refining technique. Lu Ming laughed heartily. Then he started to read it impatiently. However, he had only read a few pages when heaven and earth suddenly shook. What's going on? Lu Ming's expression changed. Buzz! All of a sudden, a beam of light enveloped Lu Ming. He felt the world spinning around him, and then disappeared from the mountain path. At the same time, pillars of light appeared at the foot of the mountain and enveloped everyone. Not only the foot of the mountain, but the rest of the young men in the ruins of the Cloud Emperor Palace were also covered by the light pillar. After being enveloped by the light pillar, the figure disappeared the next moment. A moment later, outside the Cloud Emperor Palace, in the vast mountains near the Blood Realm and Devil's Den, light pillars suddenly appeared. The light pillars dispersed, revealing the figure inside. They were all the young men who had entered the Yin Emperor Palace. He's out, he's out. Let's ask about the situation. Let's see if there are any treasures inside. In the vast mountains, the elders all called out. Lu Ming felt his head spinning. When he reappeared, he found himself between two mountains. The golden-eyed blood corpse also came out and stood beside him. In the sky, human figures were flying here and there. Little bastard, get out and face your death. Suddenly, a loud roar reverberated through the vast mountains. It was Yang Liuji. He stood high in the sky with a cold killing intent. What's going on? Who does Yang Liuji want to kill? Many of the older generation were puzzled. After asking the other young men, he found out that Yang Liuji had suffered a great loss in the ruins of the Cloud Emperor Palace. The elders were shocked. They didn't think that with Yang Liuji's cultivation, he would actually suffer a great loss at the hands of someone from the younger generation. And in BSB, damn it, he actually dared to take a treasure from the hands of the great Sun Sect's genius. Damn it. Find that bastard and let him know the consequences of offending our great Sun House. And NBSB, some of the older generation of the Great Sun Prefecture shouted, their auras like mountains. A bunch of idiots. In the forest, Lu Ming's mouth twitched in disdain. Then he and the golden-eyed blood corpse ran in the direction of the Blood Realm and Devil's Cave. He had made an agreement with Xian Yinqing to rush to the Blood Zone and Devil's Cave as soon as he came out. He wanted to go back to the Blazing Sun Empire through the Blood and Devil's Den, because if he wanted to go around the Blood and Devil's Den, the journey would be more than 10 times longer. And in BSB, those from the Great Sun Prefecture had never seen him before. So how could they find him? Lu Ming successfully crossed the mountain and arrived near the Blood Realm and Devil's Cave. In front of him, a dark red mist filled the air, making everything hazy. A graceful figure was standing there. Xian Yinqing had arrived. Let's go in. Let's go. Lu Ming shouted. He led the golden-eyed blood corpse and rushed in without hesitation. Xian Yinqing followed closely behind. The next moment, Lu Ming and the rest appeared in the Blood Realm. He looked around, but he didn't see the stone door from last time. Lu Ming took out the demon-suppressing token which glowed. Not long after, a deafening roar was heard. The tall figure of the blood demon dashed out from the blood mist. Roar! The golden-eyed blood corpse roared. All the green hair on its body stood on end, and it stood in front of Lu Ming. It looked at the blood demon that was running toward it with fear in its eyes. Bang! The blood demon stopped not far away, causing a gust of wind as he looked at the golden-eyed blood corpse with disdain. All right, I'm fine. Lu Ming smiled and sent a thought to the golden-eyed blood zombie to let it relax. The golden-eyed blood corpse finally relaxed. Let's go up. Lu Ming smiled and jumped onto the back of the blood demon. Then Xian Yinqing and the golden-eyed blood corpse jumped onto the back of the blood demon. The blood demon roared and ran away. This direction was the opposite of the Blood Zhao Empire, so it should be the direction to the Burning Sun Empire. Chapter 290. Exploded with a few punches. Little Qing, there's something I need to tell you. On the blood demon's back, Lu Ming suddenly said to Xian Yinqing. What is it? Xian Yinqing said coldly. Although she hated Lu Ming for calling her Xiaoqing, she had already tacitly agreed. I've seen your sister before. Lu Ming said. What? Xian Yinqing's pupils suddenly shrank, and a trace of hatred and determination flashed in his eyes. What did she say to you? Xian Yinqing stared at Lu Ming and asked. She told me to pass you a message. She told you not to keep thinking about surpassing her, because that's a waste of time, and it's impossible. Lu Ming relayed Xian Yinjuan's words to Xian Yinqing. As expected, you're still so self-righteous. After hearing this, Xian Yinqing gritted his teeth and said with determination, Isn't it just an innate king-level bloodline? What's so great about her? One day, I'm going to step on her. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming could not help but touch his nose. This chick really liked to trample on others. At the same time, he was secretly shocked. From what Xian Yinqing said, Xian Yinjuan actually had a natural king-level bloodline. That was terrifying. The meaning of innate king-class bloodline was that the first bloodline awakened was a king-class bloodline. Without a doubt, this kind of person was a rare monster with a terrifying talent. No wonder Xian Yinjuan was so powerful. With his 6th grade Grandmaster realm cultivation, he was able to injure a martial Grandmaster from the Shadow Wolf Pavilion with just an inscription formation. Lu Ming even suspected that Xian Yinjuan had not used his full strength at that time. What kind of sisters are they? What's their background? His talent was actually so amazing. They don't seem to get along? Lu Ming was secretly curious. However, since Xian Yinqing didn't say anything, he didn't ask. On the back of the Blood Demon, there was silence as they continued on their way to the Burning Sun Empire. Blazing Sun Empire. Outside the Blood Realm and Devil's Denver. 4 figures were standing guard there. These 4 people were the ones who Qiu Changkong had asked him to guard this place. How fucking unlucky. It's all because of those 2 little bastards. They made me stay in this godforsaken place. It's been more than 10 days. I think those 2 little bastards must have died in there. A burly man cursed unhappily. Although we'll definitely die if we enter the Blood Domain and Devil's Den, young Master Changkong is just being cautious. Let's guard here for another month. If there's still no movement after a month, we'll leave. A white-haired old man said. He had the highest cultivation among the 4 of them, reaching the 4th level of Martial Ancestor Realm. I really hope those 2 little bastards didn't die. If that's the case, I'll make them regret being born into this world. The burly large man sinisterly said. However, the next moment, his pupils suddenly widened, revealing a look of disbelief. The other 3 were in a similar situation. In the Blood Realm and Devil's Cave, a bloody mist rolled out, and 3 figures walked out from the bloody mist. If it was not Lu Ming and Xian Yinqing, who else could it be? After more than a day's journey, the Blood Demon finally carried them to the border of the Burning Sun Empire's Blood Zone and Devil's Cave. There was no stone door here. Instead, there was a door of light. After stepping through the door of light, one would naturally leave the Blood Realm and Devil's Cave. However, the Blood Demons couldn't leave with them, but the golden-eyed blood zombies could. The golden-eyed blood zombies didn't belong to the Blood Zone. To Lu Ming's surprise, as soon as he left the Blood Realm and Devil's Den, he ran into the people from the omnipresent sword sect. Ha, these 2 little bastards are really not dead? Fine, I'll take them down and torture them. I'll make them tell me the secret of why they didn't die after entering the Blood Realm and Devil's Den. The burly man laughed, his eyes filled with coldness. The aura of a 2nd-grade martial arts grandmaster exploded from his body and pressed down on Lu Ming and Xian Yinqing. You want to know? All right, come here, I'll throw you in and you'll know. Lu Ming smiled faintly. You're on the verge of death, and you're still trying to win with your words. You're really stupid. Kneel down. The burly man strode forward and pressed his palm toward Lu Ming. Although Lu Ming's combat strength was not bad, he was at the 2nd level of the martial arts Grandmaster realm. He was confident that he could suppress Lu Ming with a single palm. However, the result was completely beyond his expectations. Lu Ming stretched out his hand casually and grabbed his palm. At the same time, an extremely strong genuine qi gushed toward his palm. With a destructive force, it crushed his genuine qi and gushed into his arm. Kacha! The sound of bones breaking came from his palm. Then the muscles of his arm exploded, and the bones broke into pieces. The burly man screamed like a pig being slaughtered. He was in so much pain that tears were flowing out. Bang! Lu Ming's kick landed on the burly man's dantian, shattering the cyclone in his dantian and crippling his cultivation. The burly man let out a desperate scream. That's fucking unpleasant to hear. Didn't you want to know why I didn't die after entering the Blood Realm and Devil's Den? You can go in and take a look yourself. With that, Lu Ming swung his arm and threw the burly man into the Blood Realm. Don't! The burly man shouted in despair, but in the blink of an eye, his figure disappeared. How dare you! You're looking for death. At this time, the remaining 3 people from the 10 Direction Sword School finally reacted. They all shouted, and their eyes revealed shock and disbelief. The burly man's strength was at the second tier of the martial arts grandmaster realm, but he was completely helpless against Lu Ming. It had only been a short 10 days. How did Lu Ming become so strong? You're the ones who will die today. The 10 Direction Sword Sect will start with you. Let's collect some interest first. Lu Ming's gaze was cold as he strode toward the remaining 3 people. Presumptuous, you little bastard. Don't think that you can be impudent in front of me just because you killed a second-level martial ancestor. I'll let you know that the difference between a second-level and a fourth-level martial ancestor is like heaven and earth. The white-haired elder howled as his bloodline exploded, raising his strength to the maximum. Whoosh! He swung his sword, and a vast sword chi slashed toward Lu Ming. Is that so? Lu Ming sneered and threw a punch. Boom! A terrifying fist radiance burst out from Lu Ming's fist, tearing through the void and crashing into the vast sword chi. Bang! The sword chi instantly dispersed, but the remaining fist radiance didn't slow down and landed on the old man. The old man let out a blood-curdling screech and spat out a large mouthful of blood. His body was sent flying back 1,000 meters. How can he be so strong? This man is invincible. I have to run away and report this to young Master Chongkong. The white-haired old man revealed a look of disbelief and turned to run. When the other 2 saw that Lu Ming had sent the white-haired old man flying with one punch, they were scared out of their wits. They turned around and flew into the distance. You want to leave? How was that possible? Die! Lu Ming shouted coldly and threw 2 consecutive punches. Boom! Boom! 2 fist radiances streaked across the sky and headed towards the 2 people. The 2 of them were only in the first tier of the martial ancestor realm, and could not resist at all. 2 screams rang out, and the 2 of them were directly blown up in the air. Then Lu Ming stepped on the void and chased after the old man. In just a few breaths, he had caught up to the old man. The old man roared and fought back desperately, but it was useless. He was blown up by Lu Ming's punch. Chapter 291. Don't talk nonsense. Lu Ming activated the 9-dragon bloodline and devoured the white-haired elder's blood essence. Then, in a flash, Lu Ming took away the storage rings of the others. At the same time, he also devoured all the blood essence. The 4 Grandmaster-level powerhouses of the Omnidirectional Sword School were killed by Lu Ming in such a short time. Qiu Chongkong probably did not even dream of this. Let's go. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Together with Xian Yanqing and the golden-eyed blood zombie, they soared into the sky and turned into a rainbow light, flying rapidly towards the imperial capital. As he flew, Lu Ming refined the blood essence. Let's see if my second bloodline can increase its level by devouring essence blood. With a single thought, Lu Ming transferred all the energy refined from the 9-dragon bloodline to his second bloodline. Instantly, the second bloodline devoured the energy in a frenzy. Lu Ming could feel that the 3 Esilevirer chakras were shining, and the strength of the second bloodline was increasing. It's really useful. The grade of my second bloodline can also be improved. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Heaven-defying, this was too heaven-defying. The 9-dragon bloodline could actually devour blood essence and upgrade the level of other bloodlines. This was too shocking. The level of his bloodline was not important anymore. What was important was that as long as he could devour the blood essence, his bloodline could be improved infinitely. Lu Ming immediately transferred the remaining energy essence to the second bloodline. The combined energy of 2 Martial Grandmaster 1 Dan, 1 Martial Grandmaster 2 Dan, and 1 Martial Grandmaster 4 Dan was too strong. If the 9-dragon bloodline devoured it, it would probably level up instantly, which would attract Xian Yanqing's attention. The bloodline of the 9 dragons could not be exposed. However, although the blood essence was strong, it was still a drop in the bucket for the second bloodline. It was difficult for the second bloodline to level up. The amount of energy essence required for a 3rd-level king bloodline to level up was extremely terrifying. Xian Yanqing seemed to sense that Lu Ming was a little strange, but he only took a casual glance and did not pay much attention to it. The two of them rushed to the imperial capital at full speed. With the two's current cultivation, their speed was much faster than before as they flew through the air. In just slightly more than half a day, the imperial capital was already in sight. The two of them returned to the imperial capital and rushed to the General Star Hall as fast as lightning. Previously, Lu Ming had already learned through the 1,000-mile sound transmission talisman that Lu Yuntian had returned to the imperial capital safely and was in the General Star's hall. Lu Ming could not wait to see Lu Yuntian. "Tianyan, you really did appear." Just as Lu Ming and the group were about to reach the General Star's hall, a loud shout was heard. The sound of the air being torn apart could be heard as two young men appeared in front of Lu Ming. "So it's you guys. You're really patient. You've been guarding this place like dogs. Thank you for your hard work." Lu Ming sneered as he looked at the two young men with a mocking smile. These two young men were the genius disciples from the 10 Directions Sword School, who had charged into the General Star Hall to kill Lu Ming. They had declared that they would stop Lu Ming outside the General Star Hall. He did not expect that the two of them would still be here after so many days. "What did you just say? You're looking for death." The two young men were furious, and two powerful auras rushed out of their bodies. The aura of a peak second-level martial ancestor realm expert was like a mountain. The people nearby were all alarmed. "What's going on? What's happening?" Those are the two golden disciples of the 10 Directions Sword School. The other side is Tianyan. "I know. Half a month ago, two disciples from the 10 Directions Sword School charged into the General Star Hall, wanting to kill Tianyan. In the end, they failed and were stopped by the elders of the General Star Hall and the experts of the royal family. In the end, the disciples of the 10 Directions Sword School declared that they would kill Tianyan outside the General Star Hall. There's actually such a thing? Now that Tianyan has left the General Star Hall, he's finished. The experts of the General Star Hall will have no reason to interfere. Tianyan is in danger." Countless people in the surroundings were attracted by the commotion and gathered around, discussing spiritedly. "Tianyan, you shouldn't have said those words. Ever since you said those words, your tragic ending has already been determined. Today, I'll let you know what pain is, what it means to be unable to die." One of the disciples from the 10 Directions Sword Sect had an extremely gloomy expression. Killing intent burst out from his body, and it was as if it had materialized. Lu Ming actually dared to call them dogs. Damn it, this was definitely 1,000 times worse. Who were they? The golden disciples of the 10 Directions Sword Sect, the proud sons of heaven, had always been pampered. When had anyone dared to say this about them? Don't fucking babble. If you want to fight, then do it. If you don't, then get lost. Get as far away as you can. Lu Ming berated. The surrounding spectators were all stunned. This Tianyan was too overbearing, wasn't he? He actually dared to berate the geniuses of the 10 Directions Sword School like this. These were a few young grandmasters. They were incomparably powerful, and many of the older generation had to be extremely respectful in front of them. Where did Tianyan get his confidence from? I think Tianyan is going all out. He knows that he's going to die, so why don't he just curse to his heart's content? I think so too. It must be so. The surrounding people were discussing. Kill, kill, kill. Tianyan, I'm going to kill you and feed your corpse to the dogs. A young man from the 10 Directions Sword Sect shouted. He couldn't suppress the anger in his heart. Buzz. The combat sword trembled and a terrifying sword ray, sparkling and dazzling, was slashed at Lu Ming. Retreat, quickly retreat. The others in the surroundings were extremely shocked and quickly retreated. This sword was too terrifying. If they were swept by the aftermath, they would either die or be injured. However, Lu Ming's body was as tall as a mountain. He stood there, not moving. Beside him, Xian Yinqing and the golden-eyed blood corpse were also standing there motionless, as if they didn't see anything. Dumbfounded. Tianyan and the others have been scared silly. Many people roared in their hearts and came to this conclusion. The sword gleam was about to slash down on Lu Ming's head. At this moment, Lu Ming stretched out his palm. His palm glowed and a long spear condensed. Boom. The sword gleam slashed at the long spear that Lu Ming had condensed, and a deafening boom was heard. Then, everyone saw that Lu Ming's body did not move at all. His clothes did not even flutter. He used the long spear condensed from essential qi in his hand to block the sword gleam steadily. The crowd was dumbfounded. He blocked it. How could Lu Ming block the sword of the youth from the omnidirectional sword sect so easily? Could it be that the young man from the 10 Directions sword sect had not used his full strength? The eyes of the youth from the 10 Directions sword sect almost popped out, and his heart was in turmoil. Others might not know, but he knew very well that he had used all his strength in that sword attack. Previously, Lu Ming had been forced to flee in a sorry state under this sword attack. He did not even have the strength to fight back. How much time had passed? How was it possible that Lu Ming could easily block his sword? This is your strength. You haven't changed at all. You're just making progress on the spot. How disappointing. Lu Ming spoke in a slightly mocking tone. Then dash. Lu Ming's long spear trembled. The body of the spear shook, and a terrifying force exploded. Ah! The young man from the 10 Directions sword school let out a blood-curdling screech as his body flew out like a cannonball. He crashed through more than 10 walls before he could stabilize himself, but blood spurted out of his mouth. Chapter 292. Challenging Qiu Changlai. Cece Gu. Gasps of shock could be heard. Everyone looked at Lu Ming in shock. This was too strong, the gap was too big. The gold disciple of the 10 Directions sword school couldn't resist at all, and was easily suppressed. Previously, those who thought that Lu Ming was dead for sure felt their faces burning. Lu Ming was not scared out of his wits. He was not courting death. He had the confidence and the ability. Die. The long spear condensed from essential qi in Lu Ming's hands turned into a flash of lightning, and shot out like an arrow. The long spear pierced through the chest of the youth from the 10 Directions sword school, killing him. Run! The remaining young man was scared out of his wits as he frantically fled into the distance. Who told you that you can walk? Let's go and accompany your companions. A cold voice came out of Lu Ming's mouth. Then, a long spear appeared in Lu Ming's hand. The long spear pierced through the void, and pierced towards the other party. Break! The other party roared and used all his strength to slash out with his sword. A mighty sword qi slashed at Lu Ming's long spear. However, with a splat, the sword qi was pierced through by the long spear. The long spear did not stop, it was as fast as lightning. No! The youth from the 10 Directions sword school shouted. Stop! An earth-shattering shout suddenly came from the distance. But it was too late. The chest of the youth from the 10 Directions sword school was pierced through by the spear, and a huge hole was blasted open. His body fell to the ground, and his blood scattered in the air. Buzz! At this time, a violent air-piercing sound was heard, and a figure appeared in the sky. This figure was also a young man in his 20s. Qiu Changlai! It's Qiu Changlai! Someone exclaimed when they saw the young man. Qiu Zhanglia's name had shaken the entire Blazing Sun Empire during this period of time. It was because he had defeated one of the 6 heroes, Ling Yanqi, not too long ago that he had become unparalleled in the limelight. Some people had already spread the rumor of the 7 heroes of the Scorching Sun because of him. Qiu Changlia's face darkened. He glared at Lu Ming and said, "You're Tianyin? You actually dared to kill a genius of my 10 Directions sword school. Do you know how big of a crime you've committed? Do you know that this is a great crime that will result in the extermination of 9 generations of your family?" Laughable. Lu Ming smiled faintly and said, "They've tried to kill me several times, so I can't kill them? I don't care if you're from the 10 Directions sword sect, or the 9 Directions sword sect. Anyone who dares to offend me will be killed. Kill! Kill! Kill!" The 3 words resounded in the air. They were filled with killing intent, and sent chills down one's spine. How dare you? You're looking down on the 10 Directions sword school. You must be beheaded. Qiu Changlai shouted as a beam of sword qi shot out of his body and into the sky. Cut your sister. If you want to fight, then fight. Why do you have so much nonsense to say? Now, I'm officially challenging you. Lu Ming howled madly, his voice rumbling and spreading in all directions. Everyone was stunned. Tianyuan actually wanted to challenge Qiu Changlai? Was he crazy? Although he had displayed incredible combat strength, and the two martial ancestor realm two Dan youths were unable to resist him, he was still a powerful man. However, no one believed that he was a match for Qiu Changlai. Qiu Changlai was a peerless genius secretly nurtured by the 10-direction sword school. Once he was born, he defeated Ling Yanqi, one of the 6 heroes of the Burning Sun Empire. He was extremely powerful and could be said to be standing at the peak of the younger generation of the Burning Sun Empire. How long had it been since Tianyuan rose to power? Not long ago, he was only at the Great Martial Master realm. How could he be Qiu Changlia's match? Tianyuan, you can't. At this moment, a long howl came from the distance, and a few figures rushed over. It was Huaqi and a few elders from the imperial family. The elders and Huaqi quickly arrived. Tianyuan, don't be rash. This is the imperial capital. Let's see what Qiu Changlai can do to you. Huaqi called out. It was not that he did not trust Lu Ming. On the contrary, he trusted Lu Ming very much. He believed that it was very possible that Lu Ming would surpass the 6 Scorching Sun heroes in a year or two. However, he did not believe that Lu Ming could defeat Qiu Changlai. It was too unbelievable. Huaqi, what are you doing? Don't think that you can stop me just because you're some bullshit prince. If you anger me, I'll kill you as well. Now get out of my way. Qiu Changlai looked at Huaqi and chided. From his tone, he did not put Huaqi in his eyes at all. How dare you disrespect the 8th prince? An old man shouted from the edge of the pool. Old thing, what are you shouting for? So what if I'm disrespectful? What can you do to me? Let me tell you. Today Tianyuan killed a gold-ranked disciple of our 10-direction sword sect. His crime is unforgivable, and no one can save him. Qiu Changlai was extremely arrogant as he glared at Huaqi and the others. Huaqi and the other elders had ugly expressions. Hey, are you done with your nonsense? I challenged you just now. If you don't fucking dare to accept the challenge, just say it. Don't try to change the topic here and talk nonsense. Lu Ming shouted. Everyone was stunned. Qiu Changlai was arrogant, but this Tianyuan was even more arrogant and savage than Qiu Changlai. You fuck. Qiu Changlia's face turned ashen, and he almost vomited blood. He took a few deep breaths to calm himself down and said coldly, Fine, I agree to fight you. It's a life and death battle. No outsiders are allowed to interfere. Good, that's just what I want. I'm really afraid that if I accidentally kill you, the old man from the 10-direction sword school will come to me for revenge. Lu Ming said loudly. Ha ha ha, Tianyuan, what do you think the 10-direction sword school is? Don't worry, if you really can kill me, it'll be because my cultivation is not enough. My 10-direction sword sect will not pursue this matter. But let me tell you, it's impossible for you to kill me. I'll let you know what despair is. Qiu Changlai laughed with confidence. His voice spread far and wide, and everyone heard it. All right, then let's fight. Lu Ming let out a long howl. He took a step forward and appeared in the air, standing opposite Qiu Changlai. Lu Ming has broken through to the martial ancestor realm. Seeing this, Huaqi's mind stirred. A hint of surprise appeared in his eyes, followed by a hint of joy. He understood Lu Ming very well. Lu Ming would never fight a battle that he was not confident in. Buzz. With a wave of his hand, a huge combat sword flew out and hovered above Qiu Changlia's head. A terrifying sword chi spread out in all directions, covering half the sky. Die! Qiu Changlai bellowed. His sword trembled and turned into a terrifying sword ray that slashed toward Lu Ming. The sword chi was fused with an incomparably powerful force. The momentum of the mountain that had reached the great completion, caused the attack power of the sword ray to reach its peak. The 2 golden disciples from the 10 Directions sword school were trash compared to him. There was no way to compare them. The sword light slashed down, terrifying and shocking. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. The demon-subduing spear appeared in his hand, and he thrust the spear forward. The true qi in his body continuously gathered at the tip of the spear. At the same time, the power of wind and fire also gathered and compressed at the tip of the spear. This was the 6th move of the fire gun art, explosion. However, Lu Ming had modified it to merge the wind and fire forces. The power of wind and fire had been condensed to the extreme, but it was still not completely fused. However, its power was already very shocking. Explode! Go! Lu Ming shouted. A terrifying force suddenly burst out from the tip of the spear. The 2 forces met in the air. Chapter 293. Fusion of Wind and Fire. Boom. Heaven and earth shook violently as if a sun had exploded in the sky. Terrifying waves swept in all directions. From the ground, one could see that a visible wave of air exploded from the point where the 2 met in the air. It spread out rapidly and covered the entire imperial city in an instant. At that moment, all the powerful cultivators in the imperial capital were shocked. They looked at the place where Lu Ming and Qiu Changlai were fighting. Boom! After the earth-shaking tremor, the 2 figures quickly retreated, each retreating 1,000 meters. They were evenly matched. Whoosh! In an instant, the entire place burst into an uproar. Lu Ming was actually able to fight Qiu Changlai head-on, and they were even. How is that possible? How was this possible? Tell me, am I blind? What I just saw wasn't real. You're blind, but I'm not. I saw it too. My God, Tianyin was only a martial grandmaster half a month ago. It's only been half a month, and he's already able to fight Qiu Changlai. Isn't this a little too crazy? I've lived my life in vain. Everyone's nerves seemed to be in a mess as they screamed randomly to vent the shock in their hearts. It was simply too shocking. This guy. Huaqi was tongue-tied and almost couldn't speak. Beside him, the few elders of the imperial family were also dumbfounded. Damn it! Tianyin, you deserve to die. Qiu Changlai roared. Qiu Changlai was a genius, but he had been in hiding for more than 20 years. His goal was to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat and break through the clouds. In the end, he did it. With a single move, he defeated one of the 6 heroes, Ling Yanqi. His name shook the world and his glory was boundless. He enjoyed this kind of glory incomparably. He had a kind of ambition. He wanted to climb all the way up and trample all the other geniuses under his feet. He might even be able to replace Qiu Changkong. However, to think that he would actually be stopped by an ant like Tianyin. This caused his reputation to be somewhat imperfect. Unforgivable, absolutely unforgivable. Boom! Qiu Changlia's body flashed with a blood-red light as a ferocious tiger charged out. This ferocious tiger had a pair of wings on its back, and its aura soared into the sky. Around the tiger, there was a dazzling Silavira chakra. King-level first-class bloodline. Tianyin, I have a king-tier bloodline, and I'm a natural-born king. Why don't you die? Qiu Changlai bellowed. His aura was incomparably powerful as he slashed his sword toward Lu Ming again. Natural king. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. His body shook and a blood-red light shot out. Then, a huge stone tablet emerged. The 3 Silavira chakras on the stone tablet were so bright that they almost blinded the others. Oh heavens, oh earth, what am I seeing? 3 Silavira chakra? A 3rd-level royal bloodline. It's actually a 3rd-level royal bloodline? How is that possible? Monster, he's a real monster. The crowd's mood that had finally calmed down was turned upside down again. Everyone let out a roar of disbelief. Huaqi's dumbfounded expression turned into a bitter smile. He had tried his best to overestimate Lu Ming. However, he realized that he was wrong every time. He had always underestimated Lu Ming. No, this is impossible. Qiu Changlia's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he shrieked in disbelief. Boom! Lu Ming waved his long spear and blocked Qiu Changlia's sword gleam. He then looked at Qiu Changlai with a cold smile and said, "What's impossible? It's just a third-level king bloodline. How big of a deal is that? What was there to be surprised about? You're just a frog at the bottom of a well." There was a 7th-tier king-level bloodline genius standing next to him. Lu Ming did not think that a third-level king-level bloodline was a big deal. Kill, so what if it's a third-level king-class bloodline? You'll still die today. Qiu Changlai roared. He was so jealous that he was about to go crazy. In his heart, Tianyin was just like an ant. He had actually awakened a third-level king bloodline, which was 2 levels higher than him. This was unforgivable. He must kill Lu Ming. He could not allow Lu Ming to live in this world. Just now, he was still feeling smug and self-proclaimed to be a natural-born king, looking down on Lu Ming. However, in the blink of an eye, Lu Ming erupted with a third-level king-level blood meridian. His blood meridian was trash compared to Lu Ming's. This was like a slap to his own face. This made his killing intent towards Lu Ming even stronger. Buzz! Qiu Changlia's sword trembled as he charged toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming's spear trembled as he charged toward Qiu Changlai. Boom! Boom! The two of them were engaged in an intense battle. One had to admit that Qiu Changlai was indeed extremely powerful, far more powerful than the other young experts of his generation. He was at the peak of the 3rd level of the martial ancestor realm. His force had reached the phenomenal success stage, and he had also cultivated a low earth grade martial skill to the 4th stage. The cultivation technique he practiced should be a low earth level cultivation technique. With the first-class king bloodline, he could kill a peak 4th level martial ancestor realm martial artist with one move, let alone a martial artist of the same level as him. He could cross 2 levels and fight with a peak 5th level martial ancestor realm martial artist. It was not easy for Lu Ming to win since his cultivation level was more than a level lower. Moreover, Lu Ming did not use any earth-level martial arts technique. He wanted to use the power of wind and fire to fight against Qiu Changlai. He wanted to use Qiu Changlia's hands to temper the power of wind and fire, so that the power of wind and fire could be completely fused as soon as possible. Boom! In the blink of an eye, dozens of moves had passed and Lu Ming was gradually at a disadvantage. After all, he didn't use an earth-rank martial skill, so he suffered a great loss in this aspect. Tianyin is going to be defeated. Seems like Qiu Changlai is still stronger. However, for Tianyin to be able to fight Qiu Changlai to this extent, it's already extremely terrifying. With Tianyin's bloodline, he might be able to surpass Qiu Changlai in time. The people watching the battle couldn't help but express their opinions. In the crowd, Hua Qi had a worried expression. Elders, if Tianyin is no match for you later on, you must save Tianyin no matter what price you have to pay. Hua Qi secretly sent a message to the imperial family elders. 8th Prince, don't worry. We will protect young Master Tianyin, even if it means our lives. A few imperial family elders said. Only then did Hua Qi relax a little, and continue to watch the battle. Haha, Tianyin, go to hell. Qiu Changlai let out a long howl. His aura was like a rainbow. Dazzling sword qi continued to burst out, determined to kill Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming turned a deaf ear to everything in the outside world. He was completely immersed in his own world, in the world of wind and fire. Soon. Just a little bit more and the wind and fire will be completely fused together. Just a little bit more. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He waved the long spear in his hand at an increasing speed. The space was filled with spear shadows. Moreover, each spear shadow was more powerful than the last. In the blink of an eye, dozens of moves had been exchanged. All of a sudden, Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He felt that the wind and fire had reached a point. When they reached this point, the wind and fire had completely fused together. I've succeeded. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Buzz. Lu Ming's long spear shook. The power of wind and fire combined and exploded into a terrifying wave, destroying Qiu Changlia's sword radiance. Whoosh! Then, the long spear shook and stabbed out like a real dragon. The power of wind and fire fused together and exploded. Bang! Qiu Changlai let out a blood-curdling screech as his body was sent flying several thousand meters away. Chapter 294. Chapter 294 Overbearing Killing. How did this happen? Qiu Changlai stood thousands of meters in the sky, spitting out a large mouthful of blood as he let out a roar of disbelief. The countless spectators were also in disbelief. What was going on? Qiu Changlai had clearly gained the upper hand earlier, and victory was only a matter of time. Why did Tianyun suddenly unleash his full power and send Qiu Changlai flying with a single strike, severely injuring him? Could it be that Tianyun had been hiding his strength all along? Aha, Qiu Changlai, thank you. Thank you for sparring with me just now, allowing me to cultivate a martial skill. Lu Ming laughed heartily. What? The countless spectators looked at each other, and then came to a realization. Lu Ming had actually borrowed Qiu Changlai's help to cultivate a unique skill. The crowd was speechless. Lu Ming was actually using Qiu Changlai to cultivate. It was crazy. The craziest thing was that he had actually succeeded. Tianyun. Qiu Changlai held into the sky and spat out a few more mouthfuls of blood. These few mouthfuls of blood were completely from anger. This was an insult. This was an insult. Qiu Changlai felt as if his anger was about to burst out of his chest. What are you screaming for? It's your honor to be able to let me use you to cultivate. Lu Ming stepped in the air and chided indifferently. Wasn't Qiu Changlai crazy? I'm more arrogant than you. Boom. Following that, Lu Ming pulled the spear down. The power of wind and fire naturally fused together, erupting with a terrifying power. Bang! Qiu Changlai's sword chi was instantly destroyed, and the spear continued to strike Qiu Changlai. Bang! Qiu Changlai was sent flying like a rubber ball. His body was almost blown apart, and he was spitting out mouthfuls of blood. Crushing, a complete crushing. The power of wind and fire is actually so strong when completely fused. Lu Ming secretly sighed in his heart. The power of the fusion of wind and fire had greatly exceeded Lu Ming's expectations. Lu Ming estimated that the power of the fusion of wind and fire should be equivalent to the 6th level of the low earth level martial arts technique. After force has reached perfection, it's time to comprehend intent. The natural force of heaven and earth, the natural intent of heaven and earth, contains too many profound mysteries. I've only touched the surface of it now. In the future, I'll have to work harder on force. Lu Ming pondered in his heart. The fusion of wind and fire force will be called wind and fire kill. It can be considered a killing move that I comprehended on my own. In the future, as my comprehension of wind and fire force deepened, I might be able to create a set of martial skills that belongs to me. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with anticipation. Qiu Changlai howled as he turned around to run. However, Lu Ming caught up with him in a few steps. Whoosh! Whoosh! A few spear strikes landed on Qiu Changlai's body, causing him to scream in pain. It was unknown how many bones in his body had been broken, and he was almost unable to fly. He was barely able to remain in the air. The entire arena fell silent. Qiu Changlai was no match for Tianyun at all. This was a one-sided battle. Tianyun, stop. This battle ends here. I admit that your strength is indeed slightly stronger than mine. Qiu Changlai shouted. Stop? Have you forgotten that we have agreed to a life and death battle? One that will not end until one of us is dead? Lu Ming sneered as he walked toward Qiu Changlai. Qiu Changlai used the last of his strength to retreat as he shouted. No, you can't kill me. Tianyun, I'm warning you. I'm the peerless genius of the 10-Direction Sword School, and I'm destined to become a figure at the peak of the world. If you kill me, the 10-Direction Sword School will never let you off. What a joke. You and I have a life and death battle. Neither side will pursue the matter. This is the rule of martial arts. If the 10-Direction Sword School pursues the matter because of this, it will be breaking the rule of martial arts, and making an enemy of all martial arts cultivators in the world. I would like to see if the 10 Directions Sword School has the ability to do so. Lu Ming sneered in response. At the same time, he closed in on Qiu Changlai with a bone-chilling murderous intent. No, Tianyun, you can't do this. Let me tell you, if you really kill me, no one can protect you. Don't think that the royal family can protect you. Let me tell you, the royal family will be destroyed sooner or later, and the 10 Direction Sword School will unify the Blazing Sun Empire sooner or later. When that time comes, there will be no place for you in the Blazing Sun Empire. Qiu Changlai bellowed, and even tried to threaten Lu Ming. Oh really? That's a matter for the future. I'll kill you first. Lu Ming sneered. He was already close to Qiu Changlai. He extended his palm, and tried to grab Qiu Changlai. Qiu Changlai was already on the verge of death. He had no way of resisting, and was held by his throat by Lu Ming. His body began to struggle violently, and his eyes were filled with fear and despair. Just now, didn't you say that you wanted me to understand what despair is? Now you should understand, right? Lu Ming looked at Qiu Changlai coldly, and said with a hint of mockery. Just now, Qiu Changlai had arrogantly told Lu Ming that he wanted him to understand what despair was. Now he understood. No. Please don't kill me. I beg you, I beg you. Qiu Changlai shouted out with all his might. He was truly terrified and desperate. The experts of the 10 Directions Sword Sect had all rushed back to the 10 Directions Sword Sect to discuss an important matter. He was the strongest among those who remained in the imperial capital, so no one would come to save him. It was useless even if he came. However, he didn't want to die. He was a peerless genius with a great future. He really didn't want to die. At that moment, he was filled with regret. Why did he have to provoke Lu Ming? Now he understood one thing. There were some people that he could never afford to offend. But it was too late to realize it now. It's too late to beg me now. Lu Ming's eyes glowed coldly, then his essential qi exploded. Bang! Qiu Changlia's body exploded in the air. Lu Ming secretly controlled his blood meridian, and devoured Qiu Changlia's blood essence. Of course, he would not let go of his storage ring. Silence. At this moment, it was as if the entire imperial capital had fallen silent. Qiu Changlai had been killed by Tianyun. This genius who had just risen, and was about to become one of the 7 heroes of the Scorching Sun had been killed just like that. It's too. This Tianyun is too domineering. He's really a ruthless man. The higher-ups of the 10 Directions Sword School are probably going crazy now that Qiu Changlai has been killed. So what if I go crazy? Tianyun and Qiu Changlai are fighting to the death according to the rules of martial arts. Would the 10 Directions Sword Sect dare to interfere? Even if we don't interfere openly, we can do it in the dark. That's true. In the imperial capital, countless people were discussing excitedly. Of course, there were also people who sighed. The path of martial arts was just so cruel. No matter how talented you were, you could die at the hands of a stronger genius. The fall of a genius represented the rise of another genius. From now on, there would be one more top genius in the Blazing Sun Empire. That was Tianyun. He really killed Qiu Changlai. At the edge of the pool, a few imperial family elders were still in disbelief. This is his style. Hua Qi smiled bitterly. Buzz. Lu Ming moved and appeared at the edge of the pool. Let's go to the General Star Hall. After being delayed by the people from the omnidirectional sword sect for such a long time, Lu Ming could not wait to see Lu Yintian. Hua Qi nodded. Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing, and the golden-eyed blood corpse followed him to the General Star Hall. Chapter 295. The Martial Emperor's Treasure. When Lu Ming saw Lu Yintian again, they were in an extremely well-hidden side hall of the General Star Hall. Right now, Lu Yintian had already changed into a new set of robes. He had shaved off his beard and combed his hair neatly. His sword-like brows extended to his temples, making him look extraordinarily handsome. When Lu Yintian was young, He was already a rarely seen handsome man. However, there was a hideous scar on the top of his nose that extended all the way to his lips, ruining his beauty. However, Lu Yuntian did not mind at all. He only stared at Lu Ming in a daze and sized him up carefully. Ming, you've finally grown up. You've even become a genius whose name shakes the world. As expected of my son, ha ha ha. After a long while, Lu Yuntian laughed out loud. He was very satisfied. During this period of time, Hua Qi had already told him everything about Lu Ming. He was extremely excited and gratified to hear that Lu Ming had achieved so much. However, Lu Ming's nose was sour. His eyes were filled with tears as he said in a trembling voice, "Father, who is it? Who did this? I will make him pay 10 times the price." He had already checked Lu Yuntian's body in detail earlier. Other than a scar on his face, Lu Yuntian's internal injuries were even more severe. All the meridians in his body were broken, and not a single part was intact. In such a situation, let alone cultivation, he was not even as strong as an ordinary person. It was hard to imagine what kind of suffering Lu Yuntian had gone through all these years. Lu Ming felt a terrifying killing intent about to burst out of his chest. Ming, I'll say the same thing again. Don't be rash. Before you have absolute strength, you can't act on impulse. Lu Yuntian muttered to himself. Father, don't worry. Ming knows, Lu Ming said, but his fists were clenched tightly. Fine, father will tell you. All of this was done by Qiu Changkong. Lu Yuntian sighed. Qiu Changkong, it's him. Lu Ming growled and then said, Why? Father, why did Qiu Changkong do this to you? Because of the martial emperor's treasure. Lu Yuntian said, Back then, Qiu Changkong wasn't the current leader of the 6 heroes of the Scorching Sun, but he was already a young genius. For some reason, he found out that I had the martial emperor's treasure, so he secretly sent people to capture me. He has been interrogating me all these years, trying to get the news of the martial emperor's treasure from me. Haha, he's dreaming. How could I tell him? It's just a waste of effort. Qiu Changkong, I'll make sure he pays a terrible price for this. Lu Ming said in a low voice, his voice extremely cold. The martial emperor's treasure? Why is he so sure that father knows about the martial emperor's treasure? I do know about the martial emperor's treasure. Lu Yuntian chuckled. What? Lu Ming was greatly shocked. Haha, I got the news of the martial emperor's treasure by accident. But I was prepared for it, so I've already left the news to you. Lu Yuntian smiled. You're leaving it for me? Lu Ming was a little stunned. Could it be that bronze pendant? Lu Ming asked. No, Lu Yuntian smiled. I obtained that bronze pendant by chance. I found it interesting, so I've been carrying it with me. I'll leave it to you later. The news of the martial emperor's treasure is actually in that heavenly star sword. Heavenly star sword? Lu Ming was stunned. Then he moved his hand and the star sword appeared in his hand. Lu Yuntian was overjoyed. He took the heavenly star sword and examined it carefully before passing it to Lu Ming. Minger, that's right. I've sealed the news of the martial emperor's treasure in this heavenly star sword. In this heavenly star sword, there's a key to opening the martial emperor's treasure, as well as a map. You can find an inscription master to retrieve them later on. When your cultivation reaches a certain level, you can head to the martial emperor's treasure and obtain a great opportunity. It's actually in the heavenly star sword. Lu Ming secretly sighed. Ming, how has your mother been all these years? Lu Yuntian asked. However, his voice was trembling. Father, mother is very good. It's just that all these years, I've been thinking about you. Lu Ming said. That's good. I've let her down all these years. Lu Yuntian sighed. Father, don't worry. The imperial family has already secretly sent people to pick up mother. Our family will be reunited soon. Lu Ming said. Lu Yuntian's eyes revealed a hint of anticipation. Father, don't worry. Even if I have to travel all over the world, I will find the spiritual medicine to heal your injuries and let you embark on the path of martial arts again. Lu Ming said firmly. Ming, it's good that you have this intention. However, it's easier said than done to cure my injuries. There's no need to force yourself. Lu Yintian sighed. It had been many years since he had been injured, and all his meridians had been severed. It would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens to heal him. He did not have much hope for himself. He was already satisfied to be able to see Lu Ming and Li Ping in his lifetime. However, Lu Ming's gaze was extremely determined. The divine wilderness continent was vast and boundless. There would be no lack of treasures. Legend had it that some treasures could even regrow broken limbs or bring the dead back to life. As long as he could obtain that treasure, it would not be a small matter to cure Lu Yuntian's meridians and remove the scars on his face. No matter how hard it is, I must get it. Lu Ming secretly swore. After that, he had a long chat with Lu Yuntian. After chatting for a few hours, Lu Ming left the place. Regardless of whether he wanted to avenge Lu Yuntian or treat his injuries, he could not do without a powerful cultivation base. He had to cultivate nonstop. Qiu Chongkong, you and I will not rest until one of us is dead. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with murderous intent. After returning to his room, Lu Ming sat cross-legged and walked away, thinking carefully about the direction of his cultivation. Currently, he had a few main cultivation directions. One of them was the breakthrough of the true war dragon technique. He had obtained the dragon bone pearl from Xian Yinqing. As long as he obtained a supplementary material called the cold spirit fluid, he would be able to break through to the 5th stage of the true war dragon technique and possess 6 times the strength of ordinary true qi. The other was the cultivation of the 10,000 spiritual combat body. As long as he could cultivate his body to the 4th stage, he could start to practice the divine level martial technique, 9 dragons heaven treading steps. Alright, let's go and buy a portion of the cold spirit fluid first. Lu Ming stood up and walked towards the Imperial City's market. The cold spirit fluid was only a supplementary material. It was not particularly rare. After circling the market once, Lu Ming successfully bought a portion. After returning to the General Star's Hall and entering the Supreme Shrine, Lu Ming took out the worm dragon bone pearl and the cold spiritual liquid and began to cultivate. First, he refined the water dragon bone bead and then mixed it with the cold spirit liquid. Half a day later, the true war dragon technique had successfully broken through and reached the 5th stage. The surging true qi circulated in his meridians, vast and endless. Lu Ming's combat strength had increased by a large margin. If I cultivate the true war dragon technique to the 9th stage, I'll have 10 times the amount of true qi. I wonder how powerful I'll be. Lu Ming was filled with anticipation. He hoped that he could cultivate the true war dragon technique to the 9th level as soon as possible. With 10 times the amount of essential qi, Lu Ming would be unrivaled among those of the same level, unless the other party also cultivated a divine level technique. Now let's count. Lu Ming heaved a long sigh of relief. He then waved his hand and a pile of storage rings appeared on the ground. They were all obtained from killing enemies during this period of time. Chapter 296. 4th grade physical body, 9 dragons trampling the heavens. In the remains of the Cloud Emperor Palace, although he didn't kill many people, his opponents had killed a lot of people. Which one of them didn't have a few lives? Therefore, when he sorted out the storage rings, there were more than 200 of them. Most of the 200-odd storage rings belonged to 8th or 9th grade Grandmaster realm young geniuses, but there were also dozens of storage rings that belonged to martial grandmasters. There were even storage rings from peerless geniuses like Qiu Chonglai and Zhao Hong. Lu Ming was full of anticipation for the wealth inside. He didn't know and was shocked. Even though Lu Ming was mentally prepared, he was still dumbfounded. A mountain of spiritual crystals could not even be stored in a storage ring. There were 56 million spiritual crystals in total. 50 million? What a terrifying number this was. Lu Ming was in a daze. Holding back his ecstasy, Lu Ming used a few storage rings to keep the spiritual crystals, and looked at the other items. There were over 4,000 spirit weapons. There were more than 12,000 spiritual herbs and grasses. However, most of them weren't very high level, and only a few of them had reached level 4. There were also over 200 books of various cultivation techniques and martial arts techniques, as well as all kinds of forging materials. He had struck it rich. Lu Ming had struck it rich. This amount of wealth, other than the 5 great sects and the royal family, I don't think the other small forces in the Blazing Sun Empire would have this much even if they went bankrupt. Lu Ming secretly sighed. Half an hour later, Lu Ming put the various items into the storage ring and kept them. Then he kept it and the 10,000 Spirit Combat Body Manual appeared in Lu Ming's hands. He flipped it open and started to read it carefully. An hour later, Lu Ming closed the secret manual. The 10,000 Spiritual Combat Body is so terrifying and mysterious. Lu Ming was amazed. The 10,000-mile battle body could refine all the spirits in the world and produce the chi of 10,000 spirits, which would be integrated into the body and constantly improve the strength of the body. 10,000 spirits, as long as it was something with spirituality in the world, it could be used. For example, all kinds of spiritual herbs, metal materials, and ores that contained spiritual essence could be refined into the chi of 10,000 spirits to cultivate the body. It could even be used on living creatures. It was terrifying. As expected of a technique that can cultivate one's body to the 9th stage, it's really overbearing. Lu Ming was shocked and excited. Then, Lu Ming closed his eyes and began to comprehend. For 3 consecutive days, Lu Ming had been trying to comprehend the 10,000 spiritual combat body. Tens of thousands of miles away from the imperial capital, there was a stretch of mountains that stretched on endlessly like a fairyland. This was the location of the 10-direction sword sect, the 10-direction mountain. At the highest point of the 10-square mountain, a dozen people were sitting in a hall. Each of them was just sitting there casually, but they exuded an aura as vast as the mountains and as deep as the sea, vast and unfathomable. Qiu Wuyang, the sect leader of the 10-direction sword sect, sat at the highest position with a gloomy expression. The atmosphere in the hall was extremely oppressive. Bang! Suddenly, an old man with a cold face slammed the table and shouted, "That brat Tianyan deserves to die for killing the peerless hero of my 10 Directions sword sect. Sect leader, please allow me to personally kill Tianyan. This is inappropriate." Another voice rang out. Tianyan and Changlai were having a life-and-death battle. Countless people in the imperial capital saw it. If we were to kill Tianyan like this, I'm afraid it would incur the wrath of the martial world. Then we can send assassins. The cold-faced old man said. Tianyan is a small matter. Our plan is more important. I don't think we can let Tianyan affect our plan. The person from before said. The crowd fell into silence again. After a while, Qiu Wuyang said, "Let's follow our plan first. As long as everything goes well, Tianyan will be dead." He killed the hero of our Shifang sword sect. He can't live in this world. But let's put it aside for now. Now let's discuss the specific details of this matter. No one objected to Qiu Wuyang's suggestion. Then they began to discuss an important matter. In the Supreme Shrine, Lu Ming had been meditating on the 10,000 spiritual combat body for 3 days. 3 days later he opened his eyes. Then he moved his hand and a level 2 spiritual herb appeared in his hand. "Refine," Lu Ming muttered. Following that, the essential qi in his body trembled according to the 10,000 spirit combat bodies technique. A wave of dense qi spread out from Lu Ming's palm and wrapped around the spiritual herb. After a few breaths, the spirit herb disappeared. It was refined into a wisp of strange gas and entered Lu Ming's body. This was the qi of 10,000 spirits. Once the qi of myriad spirits entered Lu Ming's body, it seeped into his entire body. Lu Ming could clearly feel that his physical body was getting stronger. Although the extent was not large and it was very small, it was indeed getting stronger. It was many times faster than ordinary physical cultivation techniques. Amazing, this is amazing. Lu Ming was shocked and his eyes were filled with excitement. Then he took out a level 3 spiritual herb and turned it into the chi of 10,000 spirits to improve his body. For the next 3 days, Lu Ming continued to refine spiritual herbs and improve his physical body. In these 3 days, he refined no less than 200 spiritual herbs. Finally, his body broke through the limit and reached the 4th grade body in one go. The 4th grade physical body was extremely wondrous. Lu Ming could almost change his muscles, bones, and body shape at will. Even after being injured, the muscles would automatically wriggle, sealing the wound and healing it quickly. His muscles were like steel, and his bones were like steel. His veins were wide and flexible. Lu Ming could unleash his strength without any restraint. This was a huge improvement to his combat strength. Now that my physical body has reached the 4th stage, I can finally start cultivating the 9 Dragons' Heaven Stomping Steps. Lu Ming could not wait to take out the 9 Dragons' Heaven Stomping Steps and begin to comprehend it. The pressure from the secret manual was no longer a problem for Lu Ming. However, after a moment, he closed the 9 Dragons' Heaven Treading Steps and frowned. Because he was completely confused, he didn't know where to start. It was too difficult to cultivate a divine-level martial technique. A god-level martial technique was completely different from the heaven, earth, black, and yellow-level martial techniques. God-level martial techniques were not divided into levels such as the 1st level, the 2nd level, and so on. God-level martial techniques were very special. Each one was unique in the world, and there were all kinds of differences. For example, the 9 Dragons' Heaven Treading Steps was divided into 9 steps. With every step he cultivated, the power would become stronger and stronger. Step by step, the power would stack. If he could cultivate the 9 steps, the power of the 9 steps would stack up, and he could crush mountains and break the heavens. The power was terrifying to the extreme. As long as the 1st step of the 9 Dragons' Heaven Treading Steps was cultivated, the full power of the 1st step could be exerted. At the same time, as one's cultivation level increased, the power of the 1st step would also become stronger. It was a pity that it was too difficult to cultivate it. Lu Ming studied it for a while but could not find any clues. Looks like I'll have to comprehend it slowly. As long as I put in more effort, I don't believe I can't cultivate it successfully. Lu Ming gritted his teeth and pondered. After comprehending the 9 Dragons' Heaven Stomping Steps for a while, he began to cultivate the 10,000 spiritual combat body. He had countless spiritual herbs on him, so he didn't have to worry about not having enough spiritual herbs to cultivate. After cultivating the 10,000 spirit combat body for a few hours, Lu Ming condensed a figure on the 3rd platform and fought with it to cultivate his martial arts technique. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.